Time is now 1:15 p.m. and a quorum of the board is present. The State Board of Education regular meeting of February 8th, 2022 is called to order. Marilyn, are there individuals who wish to address the board during today's meeting in public participation?
There are individuals who registered to provide public comment. I will read the rules. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes to address the board, and I will keep track of time. We will be strictly following the time limit so that everyone has opportunity, the utmost opportunity to speak. It's a practice of the board not to respond to comments during the public participation portion of the meeting. We will maintain an atmosphere of respect for all people, and those disrespecting anyone by name or otherwise will be asked to cease. We'll begin public comment with the people in the room. I will tell you who's first person at the table, which is Bonnie Wood, if you could come to the table. And she will be followed by Shelley Nikki.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak. And Henry can't answer questions, but I hear a lot of things were answered when I was here in the first session. I'm Bonnie Wood, and I'm a retired teacher of 31 and a half years. Started in Monroe, Michigan, did 30 years in New Lothrop. Also represented, in the union way back then, and was on the board, so to speak, and also working with teachers and students. I taught, first it was when I started out in the elementary, then I ended up in the high school. And there's some concerns that I see that I just would like to share my concerns when I'm hearing you talk about the money and et cetera. And back then, in the 70s and the 80s and et cetera, we had the drug issues and we had different things that we had to deal with student control and et cetera. And nobody teaches you that. You learn that when you're in a classroom and order. And I'm concerned because what I'm seeing is chaos. I'm seeing disunity between teachers, parents, school board, and even the state school board. And the mandates have not helped, with those people who mandate that they have to have the mask in school for all day and et cetera, and the people who are in sports wearing them and et cetera. So I've heard different people speak about those things too. I was happy to hear some of your discussion last school board meeting. My concern is that we're putting money down, and you ever hear this old saying, got a hole in my bucket, got a hole in my bucket. Yes, I do. So where I'm seeing the hole is to take care of teachers, to keep teachers in the school, and to keep students in the school. You have to meet their basic needs and the total needs of who they are. And the questions that, and teaching where I have taught before, a lot of them had a background in the religion and et cetera. So it was easy for us to speak with them. And last meeting I was here, I was told, or I heard it said, we're passing the critical race theory because we want to protect the teachers. Well, I've seen education go from we're going to compromise here.
Thank you for your comments.
Whoa, thank you.
Sorry, I know
Good
3
luck.
minutes is quick, but the next speaker is Shelley Nikki.
Hi, Nikki, thank you.
And you corrected me last time, and I didn't get it right again. Sorry. Thanks for telling us the right
for all
way.
you're doing. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. Thank you for your service to the state of Michigan. I am a mother of 5, grown children through public education, grandmother of 5.5. We have one grandchild due in May. I'm also a 10-year school board member in my community. I've served 3 terms now and running again for my 4th term this coming fall. I want to start with budget, I guess, is one of my big concerns, and seeing it at a local level, trying to better understand it all. It has been extremely challenging. We are taking in money like I've never seen in my 20 years of attending school board meetings and trying to best understand how to utilize the money, but also to be accountable. Accountability is going to be key with all of this funding that we are looking to accept in school boards, at school board levels throughout the state. We owe it to our children and the parents and the taxpayers to show fiscal responsibility. When taking in these federal dollars, everybody keeps calling it free money, right? It's not free. We just heard an update at a national level that our deficit is currently at $30 trillion. $30 trillion is astronomical. That is $90,000 per citizen in this country that owes this debt. My grandson, who's not even here yet, will be born in May, owing a debt of $90,000 back to our nation. Now, this is something that we really have to take into consideration when we're speaking about taking care of our children. How are we spending this money? How are we gaining this money? Federal dollars that are coming into our schools, we have never seen like this before. Are we being transparent and how these dollars are coming in, how we plan to use them, and what is the accountability when that does happen, and how are we going to look at that? I didn't hear enough of that today when we were presented with the budget by Deputy Superintendent. I see a lot of ideas for this money, but where it's going and how it's going to be spent at a local level even is concerning. I have constituents, I have parents that are asking right now, what are we doing locally with our money that's coming in? The next topic that I really truly think that we're not hearing enough about is parents. Parents and all Michiganders are paying attention. We are all watching closely to how all of our boards are operating. We are starting to see a mass exodus from public education. In our rural county alone, we are seeing 30 to 50% increase in private schools enrollment. This is a grave concern, something that we really need to discuss and look at. We need to get back to the basics of education, bring parents' voice to the table. Parents are missing in all of the conversations I hear here today. When we are making these decisions, how can we bring the parents' voice to the table? I ask that you really sit here and reflect on that idea, because we are not hearing enough of what parents want to see in our classrooms and the accountability that they would like to see, and parents should have a voice here at the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Rose Hooper, you are next, followed by Jennifer Marks.
Okay, in order for you to understand my perception, I'd like to give you a bit of my credentials and background. I have multiple degrees in speech pathology, education, and psychology. In addition to teaching for over 40 years at every age level, I specifically did program development in the public schools with rural Arkansas children, Navajo and Ute children in Utah, children of Hispanic migrant workers in California, and inner city kids in Flint. Additionally, I taught in the Head Start private schools and homeschooled my own children. One of my sons graduated from Western with honors and went on to graduate from the University of Hawaii Law School. Another son was given a full ride to one of the two most prestigious colleges in the country, the Air Force Academy, which is a $475,000 plus education. My daughter, despite a traumatic brain injury from being hit by a semi-truck, is getting excellent grades at the most difficult nursing school to get into in the state, Ann Arbor. So, my personal experience covers both the entire spectrum as a teacher and as a parent. My conclusions are as follows. Quality education does not depend on lots of money, but in the genuineness of your relationship with the student. A parent knows a child better than any educator ever can outside of the home. They know their strengths and weaknesses, their health conditions, their emotional makeup, their unique personality, and the parents has the best chance to see their child function in life circumstances outside the classroom. I was able to homeschool my children for less than $500 a year. It doesn't take a lot of money. Why was I able to do that? Because I love them. I love them more than any other teacher ever could. And when you sacrifice and you spend your life with them, that builds trust, that builds love, and that builds a relationship. So my conclusions are that parents are vital to be importantly included in every level of education, not excluded or thought less of. Parents they should have total control over what's best for their kids, whether they're Like, for example, masking, whether they feel good about it or whether they think that would traumatize their child. That should be the parent's decision, not a board, not a bureaucracy, a parent's decision. Parents should have the ability to have total transparency in the school system because they have valuable resources, information, and contributions to make. Parents also should be fully aware and have total transparency because it's their money that's funding everything in education. They should have total transparency with how the funds are being appropriated for the education of their children. It's our right as parents, and as educators, it's our responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Marks, you're next, followed by Ethan Hobson.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board. To begin, I would like to express appreciation for the board members that stayed last month throughout the entire meeting. I know that was a really long meeting, but to hear all those public comments, I think it's essential, as most would agree, that public comment is heard. Emails frequently go unread, and attending weekday meetings in person is logistically challenging for many. So participation by telephone as well as in person should continue, in my opinion. Moving on, the most consequential move toward progress for Michigan students would be to ensure that every child has immediate access to full-time in-person instruction unencumbered by mandated masking, quarantines, and non-symptomatic COVID testing. Last year, my children attended in person but with universal masking. This year, in our district, masks and school exposure quarantines are optional. As a result, the interaction between students and staff, student social development, and general mood are significantly improved. While COVID certainly exists, the primary focus has shifted from COVID and the ever-changing protocols to learning and being kids. I cannot overstate the difference in experience between the 2 years. Physically being in school is not enough. For academic success and social development, school must be a place of connection, not a sterile, virus-obsessed, dystopian environment. Students and parents are desperate for common sense, and all medical evidence indicates normal school is essential. To be clear, normal is the removal of mandatory masking, exposure quarantines, non-symptomatic testing, and segregation based on COVID vaccination in every Michigan district for every Michigan student and staff member. Each day that goes by without statewide attention to learning loss, recognition of development delays, and the encouragement of ineffective COVID mandates is a missed opportunity to begin the very long process of correcting the colossal damage done to Michigan students under the misguided illusion of COVID safety. As policymakers at state and local levels slow walk their way to COVID reality, Michigan students are suffering. Take the first step toward academic and social recovery, an immediate return to normalcy in every Michigan school. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ethan Hobson.
Good day, members. I appreciate you guys letting me be here. I usually don't write a whole lot down because I like things to be on a personal level for the most part, especially when it comes to critical race theory, because as you can see, when we sit in this room, I'm sure if you ask anybody in this room how they got here, they would say that they worked hard to be where they're at. Whether their skin color, their background, their religion, where their ancestors might have came from, what their ancestors might have done. And we have a good mix of people in here. And that's one thing that I think everybody in here should focus on just when you look around you. Because when you implement these things into school, and it doesn't matter who you are. I seen this extension of critical race theory the other day that certain white people started getting grouped in with the Christian, Protestant white people, people like me, red beard, Irish, for example. Nobody ever talks about the Irish being enslaved, ever, in this whole critical race theory that I've read through. It's down to pretty much two specific races that you're at a disadvantage. As soon as you come into the world, you're automatically at a disadvantage. But it's odd because in 1962, our single motherhood rate for African American females was only 27%. Today it's 74%. That sounds like a society problem, not a problem based on creed or race. I think that's what we need to implement. That's what I learned in school. There's a phrase that starts with an M that I'm not even sure if I'm allowed to say anymore, that I learned in school. It's a mixture of a black person and an Irish person. They used to call them really hard workers. So I completely understand. I've learned it in my heritage. My great grandma, she came here, she shined shoes, she worked in a bakery, she did sewing, and she was spit on and looked down on, and she was Irish. And it also goes into the Asian community too when it comes to these colleges. You might have an Asian student that's excelled and done what everything they're supposed to, and two African American students who have been, disproportionate a little bit, they would say in today's world. And the student that's tried hard and done this their whole life can get looked over based off a population that's already at school. And with the last 30 seconds or so, that's this board's main assignment, is transparency with finances and where the finances go throughout this entire state. And our Department of Education as a whole, this could all disappear with every taxpayer. If they paid $2 on their taxes every year, we wouldn't even have to have this board. Everything would be on a local level. That's how much money we put into this every year. Every taxpayer pays roughly $2 out of each check for everybody to sit down and put their differences aside and figure out what's good for our children. I hope to be joining 7 of you in the next coming year.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, we are going to move to the virtual public comment session. So speakers, if you're listening on the YouTube feed, you will be admitted one at a time. You may hear music, you may hear white noise while you're waiting, but you'll be admitted one at a time. When you are admitted, if you would please turn down your YouTube that you may be listening to on for the board meeting here. Please turn that down when it's your time to speak. And if you will give me your name and where you're from, I will keep a timer here and keep track of your 3 minutes of comments. Thank you all for calling in. Is the first caller in?
Yes, hello, this is Katie McFarland. I am a parent in the Troy School District in Oakland County. The treatment of children over the past 2 years has been absolutely atrocious when it comes to these mask mandates, when it comes to diversity, equity, and inclusion, under the guise of this equity equal outcome push, which has segregated kids, as well as pornographic material that I know several concerned parents and myself have found in the Troy school libraries. Parents have suddenly been removed from process when it comes to these book reviews. And, as far as mask mandates go, that needs to end. It needs to be a parental choice. This is awful for our children. Kids' brains are still developing. They need oxygen to breathe. They need to see each other's facial expressions. We have come to this point in time after 2 years, knowing what we know now about COVID, that children are very low risk. My stepson recently had COVID, and within 24 hours, he bounced back, and he high-fived me and said, "Thank you for giving me antibodies, because I also had COVID before." And, that is what we need to be doing, is not instilling fear in our children, that telling them that it's going to be okay. I am done with what we have done to children, with instilling fear on them, with grooming them with sexual content that I have found in both middle school and high school libraries, things that the board could not even broadcast that we read out loud. If it can't be broadcasted live, then why is it on our library shelves? God has been replaced with this woke religion of cultural Marxism, including critical race theory, mask mandates, all of this nonsense. This has replaced God, and it's becoming a new religion for people. And the minute you replace God with anything, this is what happens. I am done. We are all done with corruption. We are done with the lies. And as parents, yes, bottom line is we do have a right to our children's education and protecting their innocence for as long as we possibly can. I would like to thank Ms. Nikki Snyder and Mr. Tom McMillan, for being the only two State Board of Education members who are true leaders of integrity and truth. Thank you both. As to the rest of you, I am done with the corruption. I am done. And I truly hope that you are replaced with good people
Thank you for
like
your
Mr.
comments.
McMillan and Ms. Snyder.
Your time
Thank
is up. Thank you. Next caller?
It's becoming a new religion for people, and the minute you replace God with
Hello, please mute the YouTube feed. Thank you. Can I have your name and where you're from, and then you can provide your 3 minutes of comments. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, my name is Maria, and I'm from Oakland County. The State Board of Education has been put into a challenging landscape with ineffective pandemic policies, degradation by associations not focused on putting children first, and communication and behavior that makes bipartisan solutions almost impossible. At this time, leadership is desperately needed to address the suffering, loss, and impacts of COVID on our Michigan school children. The MEA has referred to us parents as domestic terrorists and inferred that the unvaccinated are deserving of death or to be shot. The MASD has not even condemned these comments or disassociated from the NEA. And they're speaking about the parents you as a board serve. So I guess I'm wondering, why has this board not even condemned this? Your silence speaks volumes. You're complicit in perpetuating this narrative, creating further community division, and intimidating many parents from engaging and participating, all at a time when community engagement matters the most. Many school boards have given sole emergency decision-making power to superintendents, and some have then limited the public comment. It would be extremely detrimental for the State Board of Ed to take the same approach and remove this opportunity for parents to be heard about how the actions of this board impact their children's education and well-being. This is the worst time to limit parents' voices after 2 years of horrific learning conditions and educational loss. I'm appalled at the level of divide among the board members in your meetings and the inappropriate behaviors of some. Last month, a huge majority of parents made comments about key educational issues. It was upsetting, disappointing, and reflects an unacceptable level of unprofessionalism to see a board member make negative remarks about parents because they have different views. Whining and advocating that public comment wasn't fair because people, including Black Lives Matter, a Marxist organization, were not being represented was ridiculous, unfounded, and displayed unethical behavior. There was equal opportunity for all to register and make comment. Not all people were able to get through to speak, but that included people from both sides of all the key issues being discussed. Calling out specific parent groups and making untrue negative accusations lacked civility or decorum. It's clear that the only narrative and comments the majority of this board wants to hear is a democratic, liberal view with a very biased and selective version of science, which directly harms our children. If you have not figured it out yet, the overwhelming majority of parents you serve in this state do not agree with that. And yes, you do serve us, the parents. We as the parents demand a few things from this board that serves us. 1, make public resolutions to ensure all schools reopen and remain open, period. 2, keep virtual public comments available to ensure those from all situations in our state have an equal opportunity to be heard. 3, make public comment resolutions to stop masking our children. The science shows masks do not work, and you look ridiculous disagreeing with it. Stop CRT, promote nurturing environments for all, kindness, acceptance, and embracing the differences of every single child and human being.
Your time is up. Thanks for calling in. Hello, is there hello, caller? Can I have your name and where you're calling from, and you can please provide your 3 minutes of comments?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please continue.
Hi, yes, my name is Tina, and I'm from Lake Orion, and there's just a few points that I wanted to mention and talk about. Definitely, I'm all for ending the mask mandates, and I haven't really gotten any answers. You know, I've emailed the Board of Commissioners, our school that our kids attend, and the health department, and just don't really understand why Oakland County is mandatory when our neighbors, Macomb, it's optional for the masks. Definitely vaccine choice. Nothing should be mandated like that. We should all have the choice. And it's nobody's business if anybody has had the vaccine or not. Reject testing to stay. Stop the CRT and the DEI, the diversity, equity, and inclusion. That just creates division and racism in itself. We definitely need to work on putting our kids first. This has all taken a huge toll on them mentally, physically, emotionally, and we're not doing enough to address that. And I think, especially the Board of Educationers need to, really think about and talk to these kids, because everything that I have heard is they can't stand wearing these masks for over 8 hours a day. And another thing that they mention is, when they go to sporting events, restaurants, and everything else, they don't have to wear masks. But when they're in school for 8 hours a day, they do. And when you see pictures and stuff posted, they're all maskless. So that creates a lot of confusion. And that's about all I would like to say for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
This is Maggie Sitar.
Hi, Maggie. If you could please let us know where you're from and provide your 3 minutes of comments, that'd be great. Thanks for calling.
Thanks. Milford, Michigan. I have 3 points to share today. Number one is about our mask mandates. Super interesting that on day one of school, I submitted a proper medical letter from our doctor, and it was denied. And unfortunately, we have gone a number of days and months understanding that we had to fill out a form that would segregate our children, literally in the form, and it would be up to the board's decision, which I find so interesting that over all these years, and I said before in the last time I called in, that a public school is going to take my medical choices up for discussion. And yet, as of yesterday, we crossed off that form and submitted it based on Section E of the emergency document, and they were maskless for the first time. Now, to the adults sitting in the room with masks on, I want you to take a moment and look around and see if you can tell if someone else has an expression. Do they have a smile? Are they sad? Are they happy? Are they anything? It is very, very difficult to see someone's emotion just through their eyes. Although you can see when someone is smiling, and you can see when someone's crying because there's tears. Although it's very, very difficult. And yesterday, you would have thought it was Christmas. It was my children's birthday all in one, because they walked about their school day without a mask. They were 2 of 500 in their elementary school. My phone was ringing off the hook to see how we could help other families be maskless. This should be a choice. This is none of your business anymore. Many to all those depths of solutions and options that are being ignored. It is not misinformation. It is absolute truth. The truth is, I've known plenty of people who have gotten COVID, and you know who's the sickest? The ones who have the most vaccines, which again, vaccines are none of your business. That is up to the choice of the family, and if they feel that that is their choice, great. If they feel safer, great. That is their choice. And third, when it comes to CRT, if you want to see unity, you will not be teaching critical race theory in our school systems. Because you know what? Just like the gentleman said, there is so much diversity, and that's what makes us all so wonderful and so imperfect. And I find it so interesting leaving you with this thought. A picture tells 1,000 words. But you know what? When you see a child with the mask on in a picture,
I'm
what do you
sorry,
know?
your
You
time has
know.
ended. Thank you for calling. Hello, caller. Please state your name, where you're calling from, and provide your 3 minutes of comments. Thanks for calling.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jacob Dimmick. I'm calling from Commerce Township, Michigan. And I had, thank you. First, I'd like to say thank you to the Board of Education members for taking the time to allow me to speak remotely today. I greatly appreciate this opportunity. We've heard from quite a few people and on quite a wide variety of topics today. And I had intended to speak along the lines of science and its ever-evolving nature. However, instead, I felt moved to offer a quick prayer for our entire Board of Education. So without further ado, dear Lord, I pray that you would give these members the wisdom and discernment to make the right decisions for the children of our state. I pray that you would give them the courage they need to do what is right, even when that is unpopular. I pray that those members will find comfort and enlightenment along the just path, and that the science may guide them in their social justice quest to you, O Lord. In your name we pray, amen. Thank you, board members, for allowing me this opportunity. I pray that you guys move forward and continue to help our children of this state. Thank you.
Thank you.
The whole family's gonna visit Aunt Irene in Minnesota. You know.
Hello? Hi, can you please mute the YouTube in the background?
Yep.
Thank you. Can I have your name and where you're calling from?
This is Leanne Tisdale from Wixom, Michigan.
Okay, please comment.
I am calling to comment that our job as educators, or the Department of Education, is to educate on reading, writing, math, science, and social studies, and that's it. We are not supposed to take away parental rights for medical procedures, and parents will not and should not co-parent with the government. So, since no one seems to be listening to the parents, I can only surmise that there's somehow money attached to some of these decisions, and I hope that's wrong. I hope I'm totally wrong on that count, and that money is not involved in the decision-making process, causing us to mask up these kids when we know it doesn't work. We know it. It's science. So please cease and desist with this craziness and do what's right by these children. Thank you very much.
Thank you for calling.
I am calling to comment that our job as educators.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Department of Education is to educate.
Can you please mute the YouTube?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, may I have your name and where you're calling from, please?
Yes, my name is Jennifer Smith, and I'm calling from Brighton, Michigan.
Okay, please comment. Thanks for calling.
Thank you. Hello, State Board of Education. Thank you to Mr. McMillan and Ms. Snyder for your relentless fight for parental rights and your endless battle with this behemoth board that disrespects you at every possible second that they can. Please know, hold strong. There's thousands of parents across the state that are watching, and we are working to ensure that you are not alone next year sitting at that table. My comments today will be directed to Mr. Rice and Ms. Pugh and the inappropriate and out-of-order commentary during last month's meeting. I'm actually quite disheartened that Mr. Rice did not, as the leader here, address these comments that happened last month, and I feel as the leader he should have. Ms. Pugh sat in her seat very contently, but she was very upset at the last meeting, stating that activists were hijacking the phone lines and her people were not able to get through. And while I heard this, all that kept going through my mind is, what exactly does she even mean, her people? Is she referring to the entire people of the great state of Michigan? Or is that just a call out to some of her activist friends on her radio shows that she went on to complain about for days after that meeting, reporting that somehow...
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but could you please be just a little bit more respectful? Thank you.
I would like to know why the board is not asking
or apologizing to the remainder of the parents that sat on those lines waiting for their public comment to be heard, and you all walked out of the room. The one person that Mr. McMillan and Ms. Snyder sat there and begged that everyone be heard, the one person that was complaining that their people were not being heard, they had that offered to them, and she sat there and then left the meeting after insisting that her people be heard, and they placated her and they allowed it to happen. No one ever came back and apologized for none of you sitting at that table and listening to all the people. My husband and I sat here for 11 hours listening to that meeting. We listened to every single call to public, and a public statement instead of a radio show should have been made in an apology to this great state of Michigan and every parent fighting for their child's right to attend in-person school with the freedom of choice, and their own children's education should have been addressed. And I am once again disheartened and ashamed in this board, and I cannot wait to see all of you exit stage left. Peace out.
Got another caller, Mike? Hello, if you could please hi, can you please tell me your name and where you're calling from and provide your comments?
Thank you so much. My name is Sonia. Hello. Greetings and salutations to the members of the board. I am calling from Detroit, and I am representing the Detroit and Western Michigan chapters of ASHRAE. As you know, this month, February, classrooms all across the state are going to be celebrating Black History Month and President's Day. I want to encourage them to also celebrate National Engineers Week, which is February 20th through the 26th. And I'd like to encourage them to not only celebrate National Engineers Week in the classroom, but also in their buildings by recognizing the staff of their own facility engineering departments, staff that keep their buildings running often with little resources. One way they can show their appreciation and support for their facility engineering teams is by investing at least a portion of their ESSER funds that they're going to be getting to address deferred and ongoing maintenance, to provide ongoing building operator training, and to upgrade or recommission the HVAC systems so that every school building in the state, every single one, is an efficient and sustainable place where people work, learn, and thrive. Thank you.
Thanks for calling. Next caller, please.
Thank you.
May I please have your name and where you're calling from?
Yes, Judith Hammerly calling from Adrian.
Please provide your comments. Thanks for calling.
Thank you.
Please provide your comments.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize the timer was going. I apologize. I see 2 minutes on the timer. First of all, regarding diversity issues, I really believe that children do need to learn about systems that affect their lives, not just individual facts. For example, in order to know how to deal with money, they have to understand the banking system. The same is true of understanding the structures and laws that influence our lives. I personally benefited from the GI Bill that my father took advantage of after World War II, allowing him to buy a modest home that he could use as collateral to help my sister and me go to college and to sell when he was ready to retire. One reason African American soldiers did not have that advantage was that the GI Bill wasn't available to many of those who were returning GIs. Of the more than 3,000 VA home loans that had been issued to veterans in Mississippi, for example, in the summer of 1947, only 2 of those 3,000 loans went to Black veterans. Money was a big factor in kids not going to college and not even thinking about furthering their education. About also what people are calling critical race theory. It's really about teaching people about the systems that are happening in our country. If we are going to teach about systems having to do with race and class and ethnicity, like the gentleman was talking about his Irish ancestry, the research shows that the way to make things better, actually to feel better about themselves for the students, is that they can learn to feel good about problem solving and the forces that have made the country better with regard to race relations. Not perfect, just better. Might minority kids feel bad if that's taught about? I think this is a big concern of the anti-diversity folks. Ignoring the facts doesn't make them go away. Just ignoring that unusual lump doesn't make it go away. You need to address it. Of course, parents want to protect their loved ones, but will they also ban algebra because their child struggles with it and other kids don't? They'd be foolish if they did. About some other comments I've heard, parents are vital to their kids. Of course. Parents love their kids. Not necessarily, of course. I'm a psychologist. I know there are lots of homes where there are no parents. There are lots of homes with abuse, and there are lots of homes with parents who love their kids but are not teaching them well enough about life. That doesn't mean it's the school's sole responsibility. I just want to make it clear that parents are part of the picture.
Thank you for your comments. Hello, may I please have your name, where you're calling from? Caller, may I please have your...
Can you hear me?
I can. What's your name?
Can you hear me?
Yes, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Renee Bergeron, and I am from the dreaded Wayne County, the county where we have our own governor-like person that doesn't answer emails or respond to parents. The truth is, last meeting, everyone was so concerned about both sides being heard, but maybe this board is out of touch that you don't realize that there aren't two sides. Parents are against mandates, period. Please come back to reality. For 2 years, masks have not been okay on our kids, but today, masks on our kids are criminal. The data and science has changed, and it's time for you to change the policies. Thank you, Mr. McMillan and Ms. Snyder, for listening to the parents and for continuing to fight for our kids. Thank you.
Thanks for calling. Hello, caller. May I please have your name and where you're calling from?
Hi, my name is Alexa Adi from Grand Rapids, Michigan. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you please provide your comments?
Yes. Okay, hi, I'm a parent of 3 children at the Grand Rapids Public Schools. I would appreciate doing the phone comments. It's great for all parents all over the state of Michigan to be able to call and participate with this, that we normally wouldn't be able to if it was only in person. And as a parent of 3 Michigan students, I have been wondering for a long time why the Michigan Board of Education hasn't said anything to support parents in calling out the National School Board Association for calling parents terrorists. Many other states have commented against this. 28 states have distanced themselves from this organization, and 19 states have withdrawn their membership. Michigan is staying silent on this, has been silent on this for far too long, and should support their parents. So I appreciate that Nikki Snyder has placed this referendum, and I would ask that you support it and vote yes to accept it. And thank you very much.
Thanks for calling.
Have a good day.
We got a customer on that. Hi, may I please have your name and where you're calling from? Hello, name and where you're calling from, please.
Hi, my name is Amber, and I'm calling from Detroit. I'm a proud supporter of Detroit Public Schools. My students, 4 and 6, go there. I just wanted to say thank you to all of our teachers, counselors, principals for, really putting in a lot of really hard work in these last couple of years that have been trying for everyone. Regarding masks, our district has a mask mandate. Our kids are safe, healthy, and unbothered by this. Our teachers feel safe. We've had very few outbreaks, if any, in our school, and my child who's in the same class as a student who's gotten COVID never got it. So masks work protecting our kids. To those calling in about critical race theory, I don't know if many of you can actually define what it is. And for a group of people who claim to be not making fear-based decisions, you seem to be very afraid of this thing that many of you probably can't even define. Again, my kids are 4 and 6, and in Detroit public schools, they're learning about people like Ida B. Wells, Madam C.J. Walker, Sister Rosetta Thorpe, and all sorts of things that I never learned about in my very conservative west side of the state school. To this school board, please prioritize humanity, having our kids learn about and care for other people. From a health perspective, prioritize diversity of perspectives and critical thinking skills that allow our children to think for themselves and not be confused and misguided by the vast amounts of misinformation that's only getting worse. And one final plea to the board, please give all schools more emergency days. We're 2 years into a pandemic and, snow and things happen. We need more flexibility for our staff to make decisions that are best for our school. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, caller. If you can please give me your name and where you're from and provide your comments. Thanks for calling. Caller? Caller, if you're speaking to me, you're on mute. Caller? One more try. Is there a caller on the line? Okay, next caller, please. Hello, may I please have your name and where you're calling from?
Hi, my name is Miriam Corvino, and I'm calling from Salem Township.
Please provide your
I want to comment on how disappointed I am in the majority of the members of this board for supporting resolutions last month that are intended for one, to circumvent legislation intended to ban CRT from K through 12 classrooms, and two, for promoting unconstitutional mandates statewide that are a one-size-fits-all approach and that don't align with the reality that masks cause harm. They do not stop the spread of the virus, which is 40,000 times smaller than a strand of hair. They are disgusting, bacteria-laden, carbon dioxide dominant, and dangerous. And it sounded to me like the majority of this board supports forcing kids to wear them for more than 8 hours a day in exchange for public education. I'm also appalled at anyone supporting the enforcement of a work environment for our teachers where they would feel coerced into taking an experimental vaccine or forced into excessive testing, which in itself could cause its own health issues. We should be valuing and protecting our teachers and our students from this kind of environment. I heard some offended tones today on what I felt were very reasonable questions that relate to fiscal transparency and the discussion of how our tax dollars are being used, which I wouldn't mind hearing answered, and that you should be prepared to answer if it's been in the works for years and years as it was described. I don't appreciate the condescending tone. Today, Dr. Pugh stated that there is a deliberate attack on the Michigan public education system, and I could not agree more. Let me read it to you. It came straight from the Michigan Democratic Party's official Facebook page. Not sure where this parent should control what is taught in schools because they are our kids is originating. Well, in Michigan, it comes from a particular MCL, but this ideology is very much in line with the National School Board Association calling us domestic terrorists. And the silence from the Michigan Association of the School Boards is deafening on this topic, and we know why. I am part of the record number of families that exist in Michigan that pulled my kids out of public school. My children will not attend any school that infringes on their God-given right to breathe clean, oxygen-dominant air, and that teaches them history without a racist lens of critical race theory. And I'm not alone. And in fact, I never previously supported Betsy DeVos, but let me tell you, her plan to take my funding with me, I kind of like that idea. This board lacks transparency and integrity, and this has got to end. Thank you.
Thanks for calling. Hello, can I please have your name and where you're calling from?
My name is Jean Kimmel, and I live in Portage, Michigan.
Please provide your comments.
I wanted to speak today because I'm growing increasingly concerned that radical voices are using disinformation with concealed true intent to pressure policymakers, both on this board and in our state legislature, to implement radical changes to our public education system in Michigan. I just wanted to say that I support public education. I support our professionally trained educators. I do not believe that parents know more than teachers as to what should be the content that's taught for history or for science, and nor do I believe that they know more in how those lessons ought to be taught. I feel strongly that love of country includes a broad understanding of where we come from so that we know where we're going. And I am strongly opposed to the use of my tax dollars to support private schools.
Thank you for calling.
It's not Thank you.
Hi, caller. May I please have your name and where you're calling from?
Hi, my name is Kim Mulvihill, and I am calling from Jackson, Michigan.
Please provide your comments. Thanks for calling.
My pleasure. First, I would like to thank the Board of Educators. I know, and all the teachers. I know that y'all's job has been tremendously hard these last few years, particularly these last 2 years during COVID. And anything that you've been able to do has purely been amazing. I am a healthcare worker, and I understand all the issues with COVID, and God bless y'all. I'd also like to state that as professionals, as educators, professional educators, I believe we need to leave the decisions for what is required to teach our children to people who have been educated and trained in what is actually required for education. I know there's a big push for all these crazy little book burners who are extremists, but really knowledge is education. Let's read all the books. Let's teach the kids all the things so that they can grow up to be functional, successful, fabulous human beings. And thanks again to all the teachers because, hey, you got a hard job. I appreciate you. That's all my comments.
Thank you. Thanks for calling.
You too. Have a great day.
Hi, caller. May I have your name and where you're calling from?
Hi, my name is Colleen Zammit. I'm calling from Beverly Hills, and I'm calling for a few reasons. First, I very much support the participation by phone. I realize the meetings are only once a month. There are so many people that simply cannot get there due to other obligations. And since we have the technology at hand to allow us to participate in the meeting, I think it's kind of a no-brainer to just let us participate by phone. I do support Snyder and McMillan and their continued efforts to support parents in our quest to have a say in what our children are learning in public schools. So I really appreciated Mr. McMillan today saying he would like to see a more frank discussion about the teacher shortage before discussion is really focused on additional funding. There are many reasons why teachers have been leaving in droves, and I think that if we want to get to the root of the problem, people need to be more open and honest about the many reasons why teachers may be leaving the profession. Thank you so much for letting me comment.
Thanks for calling. Hi, may I please have your name and where you're calling from?
Hi, my name is Christine from Wayne County.
Please provide your comments. Thanks for calling.
Hi, I'm a parent here, first-time caller, long-time listener. I'd like to thank Ms. Snyder and Mr. McMillan for their continued advocacy for our parents to continue to call in to discuss issues. The rest of you say you have support, yet no one calls in, or very few, in support of you. The elections will show everyone what the invisible support you have looks like. I ask each of you to help parents by reaching out to local health departments to unmask our children. They are harming our kids. Even the governor acknowledges this by her proposal to increase mental health funding in public schools. Dr. Rice, your COVID update is absurd. Our children are only affected by the overreach COVID protocols. Are people dying from COVID or with COVID? The proposal on improving our kids' health, this is why the masks need to be removed. They need active cardio in their gym classes, not watered down mask activities. Language to remove mask requirements for students with asthma is a no-brainer. Please include this. To retain teachers, remove the masks. At the very least, allow adults, our teachers, to choose for themselves. N95s protect the wearer. The prior buzz phrase of your mask protects me, mine protects you is obsolete. Please, like your financial portfolio, diversify your COVID research. Thank you.
Thanks for calling. Hi, caller. May I please have your name, where you're calling from, and you can provide your comments.
Hello, my name is Diana Magira from Troy, Michigan. I just wanted to say, as a Troy District, Oakland County parent, Troy District has made it extremely hard for the past 2 years and current third year to get my son out of a mask due to medical reasons. Just recently, his forms were approved by the district with his original doctor's note, which was ignored, which is criminal. I want to let you know and everyone know what happened next, as his forms were approved by the district. After I let them know, I was going to sue the district. My son finally got to breathe freely. His anxiety is much lower. His behavior is improving. He is much happier. He no longer has facial infections. He no longer has difficulty in breathing. Seeing my son's complete face as he walked into school and out of school was like seeing a miracle. It shouldn't have to be this way. Let me tell you about his first day being unmasked. He had a substitute, so he was masked for the most part of the day until around lunchtime. The sub was notified and he was allowed without a mask, which tells you children are very compliant to their superiors. And let me tell you what happened next. Some of his first grade classmates told my son to put on a mask and that he will die without one. Luckily, I had a talk with my son in scenarios like these before. Since he went to school, I had a feeling this would happen. I told my son not to engage, and I had to remind my son that these kids that say that, their parents teach them something else at home, and it is not what we teach at home. I want you to know that it is really not our kids who need counseling, but the adults that actually need counseling to even teach their kids that they will die without a mask or cast this kind of language on another medically unmasked child is complete mental abuse on all children. These children are being mentally abused. I'm not angry at any child, but angry at the detrimental stigma of a child being unmasked and what other children actually believe as to what they are told and taught at home from their superiors. Do you wonder why our children are suffering mental illness? This isn't a parent issue. It's a parenting issue. It's an issue of compliance, and most parents have been complying to an illegal mask mandate that is not a law, and parents have been complying even when it hurts their children. We need to listen to our children for their mental health. A child has different needs than an adult. A child needs to see other faces. A child is still learning social and emotional skills. As adults, we are not. We already learned those skills. We can't cast the same needs to children as adults. The difference is night and day. Please stop mentally abusing our children. Let the parents decide what's truly best for their child. If you don't trust an MD doctor to begin with for making
Thank
proper...
you for your comments. I'm sorry your time is up.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
President Olbridge.
So I see that we're coming up on the 1 hour mark, consistent with our bylaws, and seeing that we have 17 additional callers on the line. I would like to make a motion that we extend public comment for 1 hour. If any additional folks end up on the line in that time, we'll have plenty of time to do the 17 that are there now. I would ask that we postpone public comment until section 14. But this should give us ample time to hear the folks that are on the line at the moment.
So moved.
So I heard a motion to extend public comment. Our bylaws say 1 hour of public comment. Board is able to extend public comment if it chooses. Motion to extend public comment by an hour, and to accommodate the 17 on the line, and if there is a need to accommodate more thereafter, that would take place after item 14?
After item 13.
After item 13. So we have a motion. Do we have a second? No. We have a motion and a second? Okay, very good. So we have a motion by President Albridge, second by Ms. Snyder. Is there any discussion?
Just a question.
Yes.
So they had to be registered by 1 o'clock. So there could be. Is that what you're saying? There could be more than 17.
I'm saying some more could end up calling in. Right now, this is what we have.
But if they weren't registered before 1, they couldn't call in. It would just be
Correct.
the people that were registered.
That's right.
Okay.
So as I understand the motion, it is to hear 17 more at this point in the agenda, and to hear the balance at the end of the agenda. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. So that is the motion. That is the second. Does that help you?
It helps me. And the fact that there's not going to be a vote scheduled on the agenda for anything that people might be calling in, we don't have another vote on anything substantive, I guess I'm okay with that. If there was going to be a vote on a resolution before Agenda 13, I wouldn't want that because we wouldn't be able to hear them. But since there's not going to be, I don't have a problem with deferring anybody over an hour past 13, agenda item 13.
Very good. Any other discussion? Hearing none, a roll call vote, please. Marilyn.
Lipton?
Yes.
McMillan?
Yes.
Pritchett?
Yes.
Pugh?
Yes.
Snyder?
Yes.
Strayhorn?
Yes.
Tilly? Albridge?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Let's pause and appreciate the unanimity. Marilyn, back to you for public comment.
Okay, thank you for your patience, caller. May I please have your name and where you are calling from? Caller?
Okay.
Hello, is there a caller?
Hello?
Hi, thanks for your patience.
Yes, this is. Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Who am I speaking with, please?
Hi, this is Daniela Cantos. I am calling in regards to the masking and the vaccine. I am a 24-year nurse. I've been working in the ER for the majority of my career, and I want you guys to be educated on a couple of things that are coming up. The Court of Public Opinion by Dr. Reiner Fulmick's opening statements, which is going to be Nuremberg 2.0, and Senator Ron Johnson, COVID-19, a second opinion, with thousands of doctors worldwide on the COVID vaccine and harms. If you need more information, you just go on duckduckgo.com to get that information. Masking, testing, mandates on the vaccine of our children is on an experimental gene-altering biological vaccine where we have no long-term studies or the ingredients of the vaccine listed. Is intentionally left blank paper with the vaccine batches. How can any schools, school boards, principals, superintendent, health department, CDC, or anyone mandate this? I've been hearing that they're possibly going to be mandating vaccines on children to attend public schools. This cannot happen. This is unacceptable, unconstitutional, and against our God-given rights. This on anyone, especially with over 23,000 deaths on the VAERS. So if you do not know what VAERS is, you go VAERS, V-A-E-R-S, dash COVID-19, and you can research all the deaths. Whoever mandates this will be complicit to crimes against humanity in the Nuremberg 2. You will not be able to say I was following orders. You will be complicit to be prosecuted for your actions to comply with those using tyrannical governmental rules for reasons on doing this. Please, parents, tread carefully on using this vaccine on your children. Once they get this vaccine, they can never unget it. And there's thousands of side effects
these children are getting, including myocarditis and death. You guys need to be very careful before you mandate these masks, before you mandate these vaccines. You need to really research and understand what will happen to you legally. I hope that you understand this is coming from a great place. Our children need to be set free, and they need to live free. Thank you, Mr. McMillan and Ms. Snyder. We appreciate your support on fighting for our children's rights and freedoms. Thank you so much.
Thanks for calling.
Thank you.
May I please have your name and where you're calling from, and you can provide your comments.
Certainly. My name's Arlene Simpson. I'm calling from Walled Lake Schools, Commerce Township. So thank you for letting me speak this afternoon. I am a mother of 2 Walled Lake School graduates, a grandmother, and a retired RN. As an RN from a large metropolitan healthcare system, I was taught a variety of infection control measures advocated by the CDC, such as the use of appropriate personal protective equipment, which includes masks. Prior to the mid-2020s, the WHO, CDC, Dr. Fauci, and our Surgeon General did not advocate cloth or surgical masks for the general public to wear to prevent the spread of COVID-19 or other respiratory viral infections such as influenza. Why did decades of public health policy regarding masking the general public change in 2020? The CDC explained it was due to the discovery of pre-symptomatic viral spread of COVID-19. Yet that explanation has been refuted due to very little evidence occurs or questionable studies or occurs no more frequently than pre-symptomatic spread of influenza and other respiratory infections. As an RN, I learned and was instructed to always honor the patient's autonomy and cultural preferences. Health is holistic. It not only entails physical well-being, but also mental and emotional well-being. To have emotional and mental well-being, the patient needs to have a choice, autonomy in his health decisions. I am concerned our public health officials have forgotten or never learned that essential nursing truism. Coercing or mandating a child or an adult to wear a cloth or surgical mask, a mask that many experts assert has no or questionable effectiveness, does not enhance the emotional and intellectual well-being of that individual. In contrast, educating the individual of the benefits and disadvantages of wearing a mask, then allowing them to decide what is best for their well-being, does respect them, thus enhancing their holistic health. That should be the role of public health policy, as well as the role of teachers and nurses. We need to educate and respect parents, patients, and adults to choose what is best for themselves and their loved ones. I hope you will have an open mind and listen to all the science, pros and cons. Consider the possibility that your mandatory mask policy may be in error. Contemplate the possibility that I and others much wiser than me, who assert that masks are more harmful than good for our children, may be correct. One last note. How do children wear masks?
Thank you for calling. I'm sorry your time is up.
Please check your emails. I sent you all a copy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello?
Hello, can you please mute the YouTube in the back?
Yeah. Hold on. Yes.
Okay, may I please have your name and where you're calling from and your comments?
Oh, hi. My name is Jill Munich. I'm calling from Edwardsburg, Michigan, Southwest and Lower Michigan. And my comments, I've been watching the meeting today, as well as following the news for quite a long time, all the way through the pandemic. And I want to thank the Board of Education for all the hard work you do. I want to thank all the teachers who have made comments and contributed to effective live teaching that children in Michigan get. I was a teacher in Indiana for 35 years, and then after I retired, I taught in the Edwardsburg school system, at all the different grade levels. It's a delightful school, a great school, and a great community. I'd like to see that continue. I do support the wearing of masks. As far as the mandate, I don't know if that is very popular anymore, but in terms of not getting the virus, I feel that that's essential. As far as a mandate on the vaccine, I don't really even feel like that has come up. I feel that people are overreacting to the mandate on a vaccine. In fact, I feel that people are very reactionary. I'm not shocked, but I remember something I read once by Samuel Clemens that said, never let school get in the way of your education. And on that, I agree. When my daughter was going to Edwardsburg, she needed a little help in some calculus, so we got her a tutor. She wanted to take some extracurriculars that weren't offered at Edwardsburg at the time, so we got her lessons. Spanish wasn't offered at the time. She looked forward to French, and I sent her to Spain and Mexico to study. And she ended up getting the Homeland Security grant in critical languages, not Spanish, but Portuguese. So I feel there are a lot of opportunities for children who don't partake in the things that the public schools are offering. And I feel that they, as said, are responsible for offering those things to their children. I don't feel that those things should be mandated for the children have to be offered a smorgasbord of things by a small community school such as Edwardsburg. I would like to congratulate the majority of the exception of Hobson. I won't mention their names, so I think it's good to call out. I would also, in closing, like to say that board members, make no mistake, this is a vocal minority that you're hearing from. They can say all they want about being a majority, but I keep my finger on the pulse of what's going on in my community as well as in my state. And you are not alone in wanting to do the best for the school children of Michigan. I commend you and thank you for letting me give public comment.
Thank you. Hello, caller. May I please have your name, where you're calling from, and then your comments? Thanks. Is there a caller on the line?
Yes, there is.
May I please have your name and where you're calling from and your comments? And can you please mute the YouTube in the background?
Yeah, I just muted it. My name is Eugene Greenstein from Farmington Hills.
Thank you. Please provide your comments.
Hi, I'm quite concerned about the competency of students graduating from the Michigan schools. As a former employer, I needed people who were very proficient in the 3 R's in addition to having social skills that allowed them to work in global teams. Our secondary schools, given the direction approved in last month's meeting, are focusing on issues that have little to do with the basics. For example, per a Michigan assessment, 8th grade math proficiency dropped 5.4% to 36% from the 2018-19 school year to the 2020-21 school year. Most likely, proficiency is even lower than the abysmal 36% today, given distant learning of the past year. Looking at writing, based on a friend who's a teacher, he told me that in the secondary schools that the students are not to get bogged down in syntax, grammar, and punctuation. They're just to write. Without understanding sentence structure and punctuation in their writing, when students read, they cannot comprehend what they're reading because they don't recognize sentences. They just see and read words without understanding the ideas they're reading. Critical thinking is stressed, but students are not given the foundation or the knowledge which is needed to think critically. Now we have students spending time learning to be activists, dwelling on safe spaces and microaggressions. We have them focusing on identity versus building skills to shape their own future based on one's competency. American history has lots of warts. In addition to slavery, all minority groups at one time or another have experienced severe prejudice, be they Jews, Catholics, Chinese, Irish, Italians, Japanese, Poles, etc. Our schools need to teach an unvarnished American history of all our people. We also need to point out that people from all over the world are flocking to America as we are better than most other places. Whoopi Goldberg last week could not figure out that Hitler's stated goal was to eliminate the Jewish race. He murdered 6 million Jews before Germany was defeated. This was not a dispute among white people. Race is more complex than the color of one's skin. We learned that identity politics can be very dangerous when groups of people are blamed for the world's problems. Whoopi obviously did not learn her history. Given the state boards of education's focus on identity politics and oppressed versus oppressor, one has to ask, what are we grooming? After all, tyrants focused on our youth. Thank you very much.
Thank you for calling. Hello, caller. May I please have your name and where you're calling from, and then your comments?
Hi there, this is Tamara from Livonia. I'd like to quote by Senator Dana Pulahanky. The kids of Michigan have had enough of your crap. Youth anxiety is at an all-time high, behavioral issues, self-harm, learning loss, developmental issues, and the list goes on and on. It appears you can all at least agree on one thing, and that's that every child is unique, and the pandemic has exacerbated their unique needs. So instead of focusing on what's doing right for your primary stakeholder, our kids, you all choose to play politics. Instead of having respectful dialogue about why the kids are not okay, you bicker, go on media roadshows, and have your special interest groups spam form letters to each other's email boxes. Instead of discussing the cause of why our kids have unique needs and solving to what you choose to institute what we're solving to, rather than instituting whack-a-mole strategies that don't address the root issues, but rather satisfy the demands of your donor groups. Instead of removing the obstacles in front of our kids so they can succeed, you choose to implement and support cookie-cutter policies that create even more harm. So to quote myself, the parents of Michigan had enough of crap. So stop with the politics and fix it.
Thank you. Hi, caller. May I please have your name, where you're calling from, and then your comments?
Yes, my name is Renita from Midland. And I just wanted to thank Nikki and Tom for the great job they're doing standing up and representing the people of this state of Michigan for students, parents, and community members. I have mentioned in a previous call about the Michigan Association of School Boards, as well as the National School Board Association. I do not understand, as other callers have mentioned, why we have not distanced ourselves from these organizations. The school boards in Michigan are spending about $2.5 million a year for membership in the Michigan Association of School Boards, which if people would look into that, would find that that board does nothing but draw up policies and try to go out as being spokespeople for the students, but we did not elect them. They are a nonprofit organization. They should not be involved in the education process of our students or directing our school boards how to treat us. I would ask that we distance ourselves as school boards and also as others that are working with the national, that would also be cut off. Further, I find it quite ironic that there's now this push for counselors in the public schools when this pandemic has been allowed to create a huge deficit in the mental capacity of our students. The fear, the trauma that's been created by the rules that have been put in place, teaching kids to be responsible for the health of the adults around them, which is something as a child we were never taught to do. And further, the fact that the funding is being used for like the ESSER free funds has been mentioned, that's going to be used as something for social emotional learning. And I would just ask that we really stop and look at all this free money that is not really helping us, but rather allowing us to be kind of manipulated into doing things that are not necessarily for the health of our children. And the final thing is the liability of the decisions that are being made. I've asked that locally of our superintendent and school board. Who's taking on the liability when all of these decisions that we keep making cause harm to our youth and our children? And we don't even know the long-term impact of what can happen down the road with these experimental vaccines that are being encouraged, or even the long-term emotional and mental damage that this is causing our children. And I just want these things to be considered. I appreciate your time, and thank you.
Thank you. May I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your comments?
Hello, my name is Billy, and I am from the Southgate District. First, I would like to thank everyone that stayed at the last meeting to the very last comment. I also am very disappointed at those who left during the public comments, and that those who voted for the CRT. It is you, Mrs. Pugh, that is dismantling our schools, not us parents. My 14-year-old...
I can't hear my name one more time. That's not a part of public comment.
My 14-year-old who has asthma and is affected by the natural breathing.
Call my name.
I think she just heard you. Caller, did you just hear that comment from?
I'm moving on. So can I have some time back since I was interrupted?
Please continue.
My 14-year-old who has asthma and has breathing issues is affected, especially during high humidity during gym class and sports. All we keep hearing from all these boards are COVID this and COVID that. But here we have on the agenda about students that are homeless. Why is there not more focus on this, along with the mental health and the safety of our children in the classroom? But this is not fit the narrative of the communists. Us mama bears are coming, and we will be taking over them seats that you're sitting in. Hear us roar. Thank you.
Thanks for calling. Hi, caller. May I please have your name and where you're calling from and your comments?
Yeah.
Hello, caller. May I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your comments? Is there a caller on the line? One more time. Is there a caller on the line? Okay, move to next caller, please, Mike. Thanks. Hi, is there a caller on the line? Hello, is there a caller on the line?
Yes, hello.
Hi, may I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your comments?
Hi, my name is Raina Benjamini, and I am calling from Wayne County. I'll start my comments with expressing support for Nikki Snyder's proposal. I know that the board did not want to discuss it today, so we'll talk about it now. I especially want to highlight and support her proposal to either withdraw or condemn the words of the National School Board Association calling parents domestic terrorists. They have shown themselves, the NSBA, to be anti-parent, anti-child, and anti-family, an indoctrination organization that has completely forsaken its purpose and legitimacy. And our Michigan school board and local school boards should have nothing to do with them. Also, yes, please continue to make public comment be available through remote means. It only makes sense in light of the size of our state and our current level of technology And yes, as long as any schools are going remote, why would our public state school board meetings not be available for public comment that way? All of these schools, by the way, should be open and remain open. Also, we need to stop supporting any mask mandates. Anyone, including our State Board of Education, looks uneducated and ignorant by making any comment that mask mandates are scientific. It's only political science at this point. The cat's out of the bag. It's time to back away and get back to normal. Also, I think that you need to do away with your form for making public comment. I filled one out, never got an email, checked my spam, managed to get your number anyways. It seems to me that was just a way to discourage more people from making public comment and keep away perhaps people like myself who wanted to call in and support getting rid of the mandates, mask mandates, COVID mandates, all of them, and keeping the public comment remote. And in closing, I would like to quote whoever that amazing mom was from the last meeting: keep your politics off my child's face. And I'm going to add also, in regards to CRT or whatever version you want to call it, keep your politics out of my child's head, or we parents will remove them ourselves. Thank you.
Thanks.
One out. Never got an email. Checked my spam.
Please, can you please mute
anyway.
the YouTube?
It seems to me that was just a way to discourage.
Thank you. And then I'll take your name. Then I'll take your name, where you're calling from, and your comments.
Okay. Ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, this is Allison Rose from Oakland County, and I would like to first thank all school employees and all school boards. I taught for 35 years, so I know what a difficult, thankless job you have. But I would like to speak today about the law that is being tossed around that requires a curriculum to be sent in for the year. This law is unnecessary. School districts post their curriculum and scope and sequence for the year. This law adds burden to an already burdened education system. Parents who are engaged in their child's education attend scheduled school events and look at their students' work and keep open communication with their teachers are well informed. Teachers who usually adjust their curriculum to meet student needs. So this idea that you're going to see exactly what is going on in the classroom every day just by what is the teacher sent in at the beginning of the year does not make any sense. Thank you very much for allowing me to comment.
Thank you for calling.
Sure.
Hello, caller. May I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your comments?
Yes, hi, Tara Phillips, Linden, Michigan. As a taxpayer, I'd like to make a motion to throw out all the standards that include CRT, SEL, or DEI, or any other additional names that you want to call the racism and hatred that this is being taught to our kids. Sounds like we are trying to turn our teachers into psychologists, not teachers. Our kids are going to need psychologists after all these standards get implemented, not to mention the fear that these masks and COVID have instilled in them to be able to work and talk with their peers. I guess it's good our governor signed Act 48 of 2021, Section 310, which allocates $240 million in funding to increase the number of school psychologists, social workers, counselors, and school nurses. If you go to website SEL Center, CENTER.west, WESTED.org,
/$. There are several hundred lesson plans videos for our teachers on teaching CRT, SEL, DEI. Here are just a couple. Facing hate, anti-Semitism, race, and white supremacy. 4 things to know about children and racial inequity. Speaking up, improving the lives of gay, lesbian, bisexual, and transgendered youth. What is the human impact of the Trump administration's family separation policy? If you read the school lesson, it is a one-sided lesson. And tell me what age all this is being taught to the kids, because we all know if you teach the kid the color red is actually blue for years and years, they're going to be completely confused at what color it actually is. Nothing is for free. Our kids will be paying the price for all these additional funds these schools receive. We have broken systems throughout our schools. How about we audit the spending of the money these schools have already received and see where that gets us? I'd like to make a motion and have all these schools' funds audited by a third-party auditor that is hired by we the people before we just keep throwing money at them. Thank you for your time. Also, thank you, Nikki and Tom, for constantly standing up for our kids.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, may I please have your name and where you're calling from, and then your comments?
Sure. Hello, my name is Cole Bean. I live in Monroe, Michigan. I'm here today to strongly urge the Michigan State Board of Education to put our students and our futures first. Censoring history will only doom us to repeat it. By allowing parents to force their own truths about history into public classrooms, we will be creating a dangerous educational environment where political parties are able to manipulate the realities taught to our students. History already happened. We can't change it by pretending it didn't exist. So if Black, Indigenous, queer, and disabled children were forced to live through a horrific past and still experience the knock-on effects of prejudice today, then all students should at least learn about it in a safe classroom environment. The people who are trying to censor and silence our educators are doing so out of irrational fear and an overwhelming need for control. If parents don't want their students learning history, they have the option to homeschool or attend private institutions of their choice. Public schools must stay focused on truth, history, science, and facts, untouched by political parties of any kind. Your educators have spent a lifetime becoming experts in their fields of study. Parents armed with just a Sunday sermon and a Google search simply cannot compare. The reason critical race theory or diversity, equity, and inclusion are being discussed in school boards across America right now is not a political agenda. It's because we as a people realize that our education that we received in our history classes was one-sided. Teaching students about the accomplishments or the pain that of women, Black, queer, transgender, Indigenous, immigrant, disabled people throughout history should be a given. But their stories have been absent from much of our curriculum. It's natural for us to want to teach about them in public schools. Censoring the history of some is a crime against all of humanity. On the issue of masking and parental involvement, I think some parents here forget that the public schools are in charge of protecting all students. And so some parents may believe masks are not good for their kids, but other parents are adamant that their children wear them for safety and learn only in a masked environment. Parents of disabled children are particularly this difficult spot in this regard. And mental health damage, I think, and fear that kids might be experiencing from masking or vaccines is primarily caused by these anti-science fantastical claims that parents are making. Their kids are going to die or have permanent irreversible damage. That is scary to tell a kid. So if you care, I think if people care that much about their student safety, and I believe everyone does, I think we should focus our passion and attention on ending school shootings and promoting a more diverse education. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a caller on the line? If so, may I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your comments? Thanks.
Sure is. Bree Mogenberg from Mount Pleasant, Michigan.
I want to take the time to thank the board members for protecting our children and for parents' rights. And when I say that, I specifically am speaking to Mr. Tom McMillan and Ms. Nikki Snyder. Thank you for upholding your oath and recognizing that parents are not terrorists, for exercising our right to free speech and for protecting our children. Specifically, the revised school code, again, section 10 states, it is the natural fundamental right of parents and legal guardians to determine and direct the care, teaching, and education of their children. For all of you that are not aware, I'm going to say that one more time. Direct the care. In the care of my child and of many parents that feel the same way, specifically the mask. In caring for our children, we want the masks removed from their faces. While the benefits are negligible, the damaging effects are proven and immeasurably devastating, both physically and psychologically, not just to our children, but to the teachers, to the parents, and to the trust that we have in our boards of education. The Constitution of Michigan states that it is the duty of the Board of Education to provide leadership and general supervision over all public education. That's not healthcare. That's not health mandates. It is over education. And as a state board of education member, it is your job to supervise the schools that are within the state of Michigan. As a board of education member, you should be giving clear directives that state direct conflict with CDC recommendations to mask our children, while the state of Michigan clearly has law that was put into force on September 29th of 2021 by Governor Whitmer. It is Senate Bill number 82, Public Act number 87, and directly speaking to somebody that does supervise health, it's talking in regards to our health officer in section 250. The director or a local health officer shall not issue or enforce any orders or directives that require an individual in this state who is under the age of 18 to wear a mask or a face covering. As a board of education member, you should be supervising and giving leadership to every single school that they are educators. They are not health officers, and it is not your duty to mandate. And you need to make that very specifically clear that these schools should not be mandating masks on children because, again, it is the natural and fundamental right of parents and legal guardians to determine and direct the care of your children. It is far overstretched. It is far overstepping. And before this meeting concludes, it is being specifically requested that it is fully and clearly stated so every board of education of every school in Michigan understands it is their job to educate, not to mandate. Thank you very much.
Thanks for calling. Hi, caller. May I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your comments?
Yeah, my name is Joe Spalding. I'm calling from Holland. And my comment is that I heard a board member ask a question about inequitable activity in the classroom. And this isn't pertaining directly to science class, but there's plenty of recorded incidences of those things happening in our classrooms. If you take a look at some of the news stories around June of 2020, around the Grand Ledge area, for instance, you'll see that their superintendent was fired for comments he made. I think it was related to George Floyd. And after that, there were 7 hours of public comment, and almost all of them were horror stories of racism in the district. And one of those stories was specifically a classroom getting split up into people simulating the Confederacy and the Union, and every black student in the classroom was placed in the Confederacy and had a Confederate flag, and they were expected to wear in order to pass the assignment. That's an example of inequitable activity that has gone on in the last 5 years in Michigan. Dr. Metcalf was fired righteously there, and if you want to see some of that story, you can see some of the most heart-wrenching narratives from that at that meeting. If you go to grandledgepublicschools.com, I cut them all into a meeting. I cut them all into a video there. That reminds me, I am streaming this meeting both to my Facebook group of 16,000 followers and as well as at process_beyond on Twitter. That's something that I picked up in terms of digital organizing when I was running strategy on the petition that ended gerrymandering in Michigan. It was the most successful grassroots petition in the history of the state. Definitely take a look. Slay the Dragon. It's on Hulu. I wanted to say that this is a concerted Republican strategy, and it starts the grassroots down. Now, parents should have a say in the education of their children, but a minority of parents should not have veto power over the entirety of the curriculum. If they have an issue with specific things that are being taught, frankly, as a person of color, I would like to remind them that black and brown parents have been having to mitigate damage that was done in classrooms, both by classmates and by teachers, for the entire time that we've been allowed to be integrated in your classroom since Brown v. Board. So if you need any help learning how to help educate your kids on things that are important to you, maybe ask the black or brown parent, because they probably have some experience doing that. I wanted to say that I wanted to do a small prayer and thank God for vaccines and masks, because they both work. And I also wanted to say that I was surprised to hear about CRT coming back into popularity, because that was something that was run as an argument and debate for the last 30 years. I remember running it in high school. My partner in high school ended up graduating, becoming a debater for Michigan State, winning the national debate tournament for them.
Thank you for your comments. I'm sorry, your time is up.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you. Hi, caller. May I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your comments?
Yes. My name is Shannon, and I live in Wayne County. And I am calling today to be an advocate for my children in public school. I first want to thank Mr. McMillan and Ms. Snyder for advocating for our children and leading us in the direction we need to go with our education. Quite frankly, there's a lot of issues going on with the public schools, and that's really concerning me, because a lot of this mandating the mask and teaching kids this social justice and critical race theories and things that should not be taught in the classroom. As a parent, we are not dismantling the public schools. We are just wanting our children to be educated and not indoctrinated. Social justice, someone was trying to make describe what that is, and what it is, it's cultural Marxism. There's no such thing as social justice. Justice never was an adjective. There's a justice and injustice, but there is not different kinds of injustice. So we all need to get back to the basics. There's lots of parents homeschooling and making their own way through all of this, and we need to save the public schools, and we need to stop all this COVID fear with Dr. Rice making comments about his COVID mitigations. We need to stop pushing this narrative. This pandemic is over. There's other states all over the country taking their mandates away, and these children are suffering mentally. And I am working with social workers in our district. We have 60 children that have suicide ideations, anxiety, all kinds of problems are surfacing from these masks. And who is making who's going to be holding accountable for this on these mask impacts on our children? This needs to stop today. You need to speak up, and we just got off the health department meeting, and they will just keep on masking our kids, and it's not right. Thank you.
Thanks for calling. Caller, if you've got the YouTube on in the background, can you please mute it? And I need your name and where you're calling from and your comments. Thanks for calling.
Yes, hi. I'm Carol Beth Litkuhi, and I'm from Rochester Hills. I'm calling in regard to the bill requiring Michigan schools to publicly list curriculum, books, and assignments. As a teacher myself, I can understand why this might feel like an extra ask. However, my recent experience with Rochester schools makes me think that this might actually be a very good idea at this point in time. Taking this relatively small step might do a lot to repair and strengthen the relationship between parents and public schools. This is important because I care about the public schools. Without a healthy parent-school relationship, the schools will be weakened, and that is to the detriment of our kids. So we've had a disturbing lack of transparency at our school district in Rochester. There are many issues to resolve, but I'll share with you a personal story. Back in August, I learned that our district created a new History of Ethnic and Gender Studies class. This class was never approved by our Board of Education. Because I've witnessed other examples of bias and sometimes racist teachings coming out of our DEI department, I was concerned about whether or not the ethnic and gender class would truly present a diversity of viewpoints. So first, I asked to see readings, viewings, and assignments from the class informally. I asked politely and respectfully. After bouncing around between several different administrators, they instructed me to send a FOIA request. I requested readings, viewings, and assignments from August to December of last year. Unfortunately, Rochester has refused to provide me with any material I've requested. They sent me one teacher lesson plan covering the first 2 weeks of class that doesn't even reasonably address any topics covered in the course. This lack of transparency and violation of the law, according to FOIA, is naturally eroding my trust. Why is this class curriculum kept secret if there's nothing to hide? Sharing the curriculum ought to be an easy way to alleviate my concerns and ensure that the class is not intended for political indoctrination, but rather covers a diversity of viewpoints. This is a public school, so I expect a diversity of viewpoints. In addition to considering this Michigan law, I would like to request that the state board help to investigate this situation with Rochester Community Schools. Also, thank you to Ms. Snyder and Mr. McMillan for continuing to advocate for parents and kids. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Hi, caller. May I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your comments?
From Valentin Dumitrescu, calling from Brighton. And, two comments related to what I perceive a focus on divisive issues.
An easy way to alleviate my concerns and ensure that the class is not.
Can you please mute the YouTube, sir?
But rather covers a diversity of viewpoints.
Yes, you said to mute the YouTube?
Yeah, I think you've done that. So if you can continue with your comments, you've got 2.5 minutes left.
Yes. I have a few comments related to the critical race theory, and I was surprised that members of the Board of Education, they didn't even know that such a thing exists, and that's true. There is no book with bold letters, CRT on the cover, but there are principles that have been distributed to school boards across the nation. And the principles basically are based on a false premise that America is a systemically racist nation, which is not. Every time I ask somebody to give an example of an institution, public or private, that has some internal regulations that discriminate based on race, nobody can give those such examples. That's what means systemically racist. America may have individual individual expressions of racism, but they are not the nation in itself. Even the empirical data shows that this nation is a nation that's the best nation that was ever founded on the face of the earth. And I'm speaking from the perspective of a person coming from a communist country, Romania. And when one other principle of CRT is that they teach unbalanced and not comparative history. Of course, if you focus only on the mistakes of a nation and you don't compare the nation with anything else, of course that nation will look bad. And it's not surprising. Empirical data shows that 80%, 75% of students graduating from Michigan public schools, they have a disdain for America, they have a contempt for America, they have low patriotism. And this because they have not learned about the other nations that exist on the planet. They don't know that America with France and Great Britain were the pioneers for elimination of slavery in the 19th century. They probably don't know that. They don't know that when the students are taught favorable views of socialism and communism, they don't know the genocide of the Russians against the Ukrainians They don't know the persecutions in China, in North Korea, or in Eastern Europe, where I come from. And of course, if nothing is talked about that, America will look bad. And this is basically a new technique that the same old Marxists are employing. The old Marxists are using the class warfare between the workforce, and the owners of the
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry your time is up. Thanks for calling. May I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your comments? Thanks for calling.
Hi, my name is Elaine Radley from Wayne County, Michigan. Our job is to nurture and protect our children. I know that this is one thing you all can agree on. School-aged children have suffered more than any other group from COVID measures, and yet they are in the safest category of people. Suicide, drug use, depression, childhood delays are at an all-time high, and all we continue to hear about is COVID, cases, and vaccines. Many other states have not done this to their children. They aren't behind in being mentally abused like Michigan children are. Masking of our children remains one of the top priorities, when in actuality, it should be the mental health and the effects of what masking our children this long has done. Now the data is out there. Cloth masks do nothing. Where there is risk, there must also be choice. I'm not sure why this has been forgotten in the last 2+ years now. Masks and vaccines should be a choice. It should be up to the parent. Again, I will state I am not against masks or vaccines. I'm against the mandate. When these children look back as they get older and see how their once-in-a-lifetime school experiences were compared to other districts and states, how are they going to feel about the adults that made these decisions for them, knowing it wasn't what their parents' choice was? I'd like to thank Mr. McMillan and Mrs. Snyder for fighting for what's best for our children and the parents. We're done with the kids being hurt and being the target of all this political garbage. It's absolutely shameful what Michigan has done, and especially Wayne County, allowing this to continue. Do the right thing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hi, caller. May I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your comments? Please mute the YouTube in the background. Thanks.
It's muted. Thank you.
Thanks. May I have your name, where you're calling from, and your comments, please?
My name is Jen Sokol, and I'm from Ingham County. I have a master's in public health, and I have a child in public schools. I first want to say thank you for allowing us to continue to public comment last month. I support continuing to make public comments available through remote ways. I was not able to come to the meeting today. I wanted to, but due to my work schedule, things changed. And due to those changes in my schedule, I wasn't even able to get to my email until 2 o'clock to find the call-in number. I would ask that you continue to allow calling in for public comments. I did find the email in my spam folder when I looked for it today, but I agree with the previous caller that the new forms could scare people from wanting to talk. Having to put your personal information in writing is intimidating, especially when there are entities calling parents who speak their minds terrorists. Please consider making the forms less specific. What is the reason for those questions? Are they necessary? Also, I support the proposal to withdraw from or condemn the words of the National School Board Association calling parents terrorists. Thank you for not pushing the COVID mitigation resolution through last month. I appreciate all of you who voted, as this is a first step to help the state get our children back to normal with regards to COVID restrictions, and knowing that vote helped. If any of you think it is wise to bring a similar resolution back to vote, you are wrong. Further restrictions will continue to weaken the students in this state. Raising children and making medical decisions are parental and legal guardian rights. Educating our children is what you need to support, and we need a resolution that you support that. The Board of Education should be advocating for the education of the students in the state, period. I believe you next might want to consider a resolution for the 1776 report. Thank you for your time today.
Thanks for calling. Hello, caller. May I please have your name, where you're calling from, and your comments?
Hello. Just a minute. Hold on. Sorry. Okay. My name is Chelsea Schaefer. I'm from St. John's. I'm calling in to say I reject test this day. I want all mandates to stop and for CRT and DEI to end. I support school choice, parental rights, financial transparency, in-person learning. I value diversity and including all the kids. I also fully support Nikki Snyder's referendum and want it accepted. I am against the idea of removing remote comment. Like you said, we deserve to be heard too. Everyone has their own spins and views on things, which is what makes us all unique. I, for one, am not living in fear of COVID, and if you are, then that's solely your fear to bear, but I have my rights. I don't believe in this new silencing, censoring thing when it's not what you desire to hear or what you deem false. I support the freedom of speech in the Constitution. I ask each of you to take each of the calls seriously and to try to see the different views in your own, as we are all taking time out of our day to wait for our turn to speak because it's that important to us. And I hope you choose to represent what the majority of callers voice their support for. Special thanks to Tom and Nikki, who continually accurately represent the overwhelming far majority of us. And I also want to emphasize that I, among many others, are more aware than ever before and are watching much more carefully now and will never get tired of this seemingly ongoing fight for our kids. Being a parent is my most precious, sacred, and purposeful God-given role for my kids to feel the most love and protection I can give them. Put the kids first. Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are all the registered callers.
Okay, so there's no one else on the line. Well, no, everyone who has registered has been given the opportunity to speak. Do I have that correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you very much, everyone. We are at that point in the agenda where we're at approval of State Board of Education meeting minutes. It is 3/11. Could I have a motion to approve the meeting minutes of January 11th, 2022? Dr. Pritchett moves. Do I have a second? Dr. Albrecht seconds. Any discussion? Hearing none. Marilyn, if you could do a roll call vote, please.
Lipton.
The one that's listed as January.
Yes. McMillan.
Yes.
Pritchett.
Yes.
Pugh. Yes. Snyder.
Yes.
Strayhorn.
Yes.
Tilly.
Yes.
Albrecht.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
That's 2 for today. Report of the Teacher of the Year. Ms. Leah Porter, the 2021-2022 Michigan Teacher of the Year, will present her report. Ms. Porter is a third grade teacher at Wilcox Elementary School in Holt Public Schools. Ms. Porter is joined by Mr. Brian Paul, Region 9 Teacher of the Year from Highview Elementary School in the Crestwood School District, located in Dearborn Heights. Mr. Paul, we appreciate your graciousness in joining us during 2 consecutive board meetings. Ms. Porter has tremendous forbearance. She's joining us for the entire year. We're ready to hear your report, which was postponed from last month. Gentle people.
Thank you, everyone. I'm so glad that Brian is back with me today. I'm just going to briefly share my MTOI update that I was going to do back in January. I did get a chance to visit Wilson Talent Center, which is in Intermediate School District, which is our CTE program for the Holt Public Schools. It was such a fabulous day of getting to work with students, meet the teachers there, and see students that are engaged and excited to work towards their post-secondary dreams. With that, I am very happy to present Brian Paul, Region 9 Teacher of the Year. He's going to take a moment to introduce himself.
Thank you once again, everyone, for having me here. It's an honor to be here and a pleasure to speak with you today. I am a father of 3 children, all at different levels, elementary, middle, and high school. I'm a former IT recruiter in the auto industry, so teaching is not my first field. I've been fortunate to be educated with 3 different universities. It's been a wide experience I've enjoyed. And I taught kindergarten, 4th grade. I'm currently teaching 3rd right now. And I'm also the vice president in our Crestwood Federation district, our union. Next slide, please. Briefly about the wonderful district I come from, Crestwood School District. It's out of Dearborn Heights. There's one high school, Crestwood High School, one middle school, and 3 elementary. I teach at Highview Elementary. Nearly 4,000 students, and about 25% of our students are English language learners, and nearly 10% of them are receiving special education services as well. So trauma in education today is what we are focusing on and what we have to present, and I'm going to begin with a very short anecdotal story for you. I remember greeting Basmala in mid-September 2017 for her first day of school in America. She smiled ear to ear when I greeted her. She gave no clues that she was a Syrian refugee who fled a war zone or that she could not speak English. For the next 9 months, she blossomed, proving herself to be a very hardworking, successful 4th grader. She made many friends, and her English speaking and writing skills blossomed. Then, on one fateful day in May, I decided to take my students out for a late recess. Regrettably, a storm moved in with dark clouds in the distance, and it came in very quickly. I got the kids back inside, but Basmala kept crying, and I could not console her. She actually stopped speaking, so I called her ESL translator, but even she could not get through to Basmala, even though she had worked with her all year. What had so disturbed Basmala? Her mother informed us the next day. I saw storm clouds, but Basmala saw war clouds. The dark clouds reminded her of the bombing in her homeland, and regrettably, I did not realize that, and to this day it is still with me, and that was 5 years ago. She went home, but my school and I were unable to support her needs that day. I went home that night continuously thinking about her. Why, after 9 months of getting to know her, I couldn't get through to her. I had a restless sleep, to say the least. Nonetheless, I had to pick myself back up, be cheerful, positive, and energetic for her and the 29 other students under my care, and most importantly, Basmala had to be ready to learn. Now to Leah.
Trauma is one of the most critical school crises plaguing our entire educational community at the moment. Today, we'll be sharing stories of the impact of trauma, the historical foundations of building trauma-informed classrooms, and how to ensure we are supporting all schools in an equitable manner.
ACEs is a term I'm sure you have heard before. The very brief historical context is that medical doctors were trying to understand the relationship between leading causes of death in adults and the trauma they experienced. They discovered many had adverse childhood experiences. Therefore, Drs. Folletti and Anda created a 10-point questionnaire for adults. I want to emphasize it's for adults to understand ACEs, and you can see the 10 of them listed on the slide.
Now, with the use of the ACEs screeners for adults, there has been a lot of statistics that have come from that. Now, these particular statistics are pre-pandemic, so you can imagine what these would look like if we were to do them now. 47% of all children in the United States have experienced at least one adverse childhood experience, and nearly 22% of all children have 2 or more ACE categories. Now, it's important to note that the number isn't always necessarily important because one ACE experience could be incredibly traumatizing and long-lasting. So just having that perspective.
Just as Leah said, one could be traumatizing and long-lasting. However, 1 in 6 adults report experiencing 4 or more ACEs. And this is from 2021 from the CDC on violence prevention. Women and social and racial ethnic minorities are at greater experience to experience 4 or more of those ACEs as well. The cost, just from in 2020, it's costing California about $112 billion per year. This book, written by Dr. Nadine Burke-Harris, The Deepest Well, she wrote this before her current role, which is that of the Attorney General in California. You're going to hear much more about this pioneering woman. Surgeon General, excuse me. Thank you. Surgeon General. You'll hear much more about her coming up. Note the second part of her title, Healing the Long-Term Effects of Childhood Adversity. The emphasis there is, like a disease, the earlier it is treated, the better the healing. The medicine is building trauma-informed, equitable classrooms for children silently suffering from ACEs.
So we understand that trauma is prominent in our school populations without the needs of an ACEs test. In no way should ACEs test be used as a screener for students, but the research and data around ACEs is vital to providing a lens for those impacted and suffering from trauma. With the growing need exacerbated by the collective trauma of the pandemic, it is vital to prioritize trauma-informed practices from a lens of equity. This is not just classroom teachers, but all staff across buildings and districts. And it should be noted that in highlighting our most vulnerable communities that have been suffering the most because of the pandemic. This book here, which is Equity-Centered Trauma-Informed Education, this quote here comes from this book, and I just want to share it with you today. Trauma-informed educational practices respond to the impact of trauma on the entire school community and prevent future trauma from occurring. Equity and social justice are key concerns of trauma-informed educators as we make changes in our individual practice, in classrooms, in schools, and in district-wide and state initiatives. And what is amazing and wonderful about trauma-informed classrooms is that they impact and have a positive impact on all students, even if they have not had an experience in trauma. There are 4 major areas in the classroom priorities of building a trauma-informed classroom, which is predictability, flexibility, empowerment, and connection. And I just want to highlight the predictability piece because having your entire school community on the same page to help support students and have the same ways in which they engage with students that are struggling is powerful and helps that child in their times of need.
With what Leah just emphasized, please understand our presentation is a dual focus for the effects of trauma on the students as well as the effects on the adults or the caregivers in the entire school caring for the students. So knowing that trauma experiences occur daily, we reached out to our fellow regional teachers of the year to ask them about their experiences with trauma in the classroom. All of their responses spoke of their personal trauma and the impact it has had on themselves and the school community. Trauma and its debilitating effects is sweeping across our teaching profession, from the increasing pressure and stress of the pandemic to school violence and the secondary trauma that is experienced by educators from occurrences in the classroom and with the challenges that students are facing on a daily basis. Here are a few of those responses.
More is asked of us as educators than ever before. I'm a teacher, a parent, a therapist, a doctor, a janitor, a substitute. We keep stepping up to the plate, and it's simply what's expected. Honestly, I don't have the time or mental capacity to deal with the last 2 years of my own trauma. It will catch up with me eventually.
My greatest issue is this. If I meet the many urgent needs of my students in the way I expect for myself, I am too exhausted for self-care. I feel like I am trying to pour from an empty bucket.
I see teachers who are suffering from trauma trying to teach students who are suffering from trauma. As someone who has been involved in our union, teachers K-12 come to me to share difficulties, seek advice, or just to bend my ear. The number of colleagues reaching out has quadrupled in the past 2 years. They have been screamed at by frustrated parents and students, berated by administrators who are also under fire and are feeling overwhelmed and unsupported.
For years, educators have given and will continue to give unconditional love and support for our students and community. However, as years progress, the needs of students have become more visible and more severe. Students' trauma takes hold of teachers and follows them home, not just overnight, the week, or even the month, but for years. Our students and their trauma stack upon each other long after they leave our classrooms, as we as educators all understand, even after students are no longer in our care or class, the trauma persists. On top of this, we know that we can only do so much and that it is never enough. The layers of trauma, stress, and pain and grief last and weigh on the hearts of teachers.
With the collective trauma of the pandemic and its impact on our most vulnerable communities, it is more important than ever to ensure that trauma training and practices are available to all staff across the state in order to support their students and the entire learning community. Now, we have things that are already happening in the state. There are statewide supports and initiatives, 31N grant dollars that provide access to mental health services for school districts. And there's also the Michigan ACE initiative, which has many master trainers across the state. But they are not all in every school district, and the ways that their teachers are getting trained are not equitable. We also know that we have in our wonderful Top 10 strategic plan, the goal 3, improving the health, safety, and wellness of all learners, that trauma-informed classrooms would fall in this area.
So, it is imperative that equitable school supports for trauma are in place throughout all Michigan school districts. These supports must be multi-tiered for children and adults to work in a trauma-informed environment. How will these 3 tiers look? While the supports are in place, how this trickles down to classrooms is inconsistent and inequitable, what Leah was just mentioning. The most urgent priority is to ensure that all staff have access, time, and opportunity to train in trauma-informed practices and structures of support for all of our students.
Ready?
Districts may need funding earmarked and or encouraged to allocate current resources and staff for small group psychoeducational opportunities for students who need these additional supports outside of the classroom. And finally, in our 3rd tier, help guide districts, ISDs, and county health departments tap into these counties' capabilities to increase resources and staff for one-to-one mental health supports. I want to stress that we are not trained to support the mental health supports for students who have suffered trauma. We as teachers is what I'm talking about. But we can build classrooms, schools, districts, and state initiatives around building trauma-sensitive systems.
I want to finish today with another quote from this book, which just had such a profound impact on me after I read it, and just thinking about how we make sure that we have trauma-informed classrooms for all. Trauma-informed practices aren't just about decreasing problem behavior or restoring order after a crisis. Equity work isn't just about fixing racial disparities and test scores. Both trauma-informed work and equity-centered work are part of a universal drive towards justice in which an affirming, invigorating educational experience is a right for every student. So equity-centered, trauma-informed work needs to follow a universal approach that touches every part of a school community in proactive ways. Thank you for your time today, board. We appreciate you.
Thank you kindly, everyone.
Thank you.
You're very, very well done. I would like to just raise up one reflection. You noted the importance of some cohesion within the school. It's not important that there be a cohesion across the state. We have local control for our schools. But it is important that there be cohesion within that school.
Yes.
That there be cohesion within the 3rd grade, that there be cohesion between the 2nd and the 3rd grade, between the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grades, kindergarten 1, 2, 3, pre-K 1, 2, 3, so that young people aren't experiencing a jitterbugging back and forth during their educational career, so that there is some measure of consistency with which they become familiar and that they find supportive and stabilizing in their background. What that looks like in one school may be different from another, may be different entirely from another district or another district, which is fine. Meeting the needs of the kids, critical, and relatively cohesively within a school setting. So you may find that you're teaching at elementary schools that are 6 blocks away from one another. You do it very differently, but you each do it cohesively, and you each address the needs of young people. I think that's really, really important. It's not cookie cutter per se, but one way or the other, it's the adults in the school agreeing on a fashion of serving the kids in this very, very important way. I encourage everybody to take an ACEs assessment. It's very quick, just to get a sense of what you yourself may have experienced in your life, let alone what young people whom you're charged with educating are experiencing on a regular basis. Thank you very much for your presentation. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
So we are now board at 3:28, the report of the board president. Dr. Albrecht.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the Teachers of the Year for that great presentation. I was a child that dealt with trauma myself, and I still remember the services that I received from my school that helped me get through day to day, and what a difference it made. So thank you for that. I wanted to make some comments today about process. We are serving on a public board in what is arguably one of the most challenging times in the board's history. And even in the best of times, serving on a board such as this requires a level of selflessness, collective responsibility, and an unwavering focus on the job that we're elected to do. which is to create and sustain the best educational landscape possible for our students and for our state. I chose to serve on this board, now for over 15 years, because I believe in public education. I believe in the promise of education, and I have dedicated my entire career to this mission. In the time I've been on this board, I've had the pleasure to work with and learn from some of the most dedicated, passionate educational thought leaders this state will ever know. Members like Kathy Strauss, Carolyn Curtin, Elizabeth Bauer, and Michelle Fecteau, just to name a few. And each of these great people recognized the significance of their leadership and the example that they set. They never compromised on their beliefs, nor should they, but they also recognized that a board is more than a collection of individual interests. A public board is not meant to be a personal soapbox to advance individual agendas or attacks, but rather a collection of ideas that are focused on the board's overall oversight of public education. And I talk about process a lot, and part of that's because my role as the president is to make sure that we are moving forward and that we're doing it in a way that is effective as well as efficient. But more importantly, process can make the difference between being effective versus ineffective. And there are multiple ways to get items on our agenda. There are multiple ways for this board to support something or not, depending on the will of the board. But they all require work. So I want to be clear, and this isn't just for folks here, but out there as well. Nothing gets on the board agenda without 5 votes. Nothing gets passed on this board without 5 votes. That is not a conspiracy. It is math. And as board members, if we want to get something on the agenda or we want to pass something, we have to be willing to put in the work to talk to fellow board members, to ask others' opinions, and to compromise when needed in order to find 5 votes. Absent that willingness, maybe the board table isn't the right place for the item. And that's okay. We all have multiple communication channels at our disposal. We can utilize them. It doesn't have to come here. But again, it's the difference between being a board versus an individual board member. We are in a critical time. We have serious work that needs to get accomplished. For example, we heard earlier the governor is about to announce an ambitious budget proposal that could have a huge impact on education in the state. There is going to be a lot coming our way over the next few months, and we have got to focus. We are here to serve the public and to model how an effective public body functions in a democratic society. There are many things right now that are beyond our control, but one thing that we can control is how we work together. So I am proposing that we get back to the board norms, we approve them, and then we hold each other accountable for adhering to them. I'm asking that to be added to the next month's agenda. And then I would like for us to really seriously consider what we're bringing to the table and whether or not it's something that needs to come to the table or there are other things that we can do to move agendas forward while focusing on the agenda of the Board of Education. Thank you.
Thank you, President Albrecht. We're at the point in our agenda at 3:33 where it's report of the superintendent. And I would like to just underscore very briefly how appreciative I am of the budget that has been shared informally in the last few days and which will be shared formally by the governor with the state legislature tomorrow. It's an outstanding budget. It is supportive of students, staff, and it deserves our support as a state board. Members of the board, members of the community, staff members, good afternoon. As many of you are aware, February is Black History Month. I would be remiss if I did not share a few reflections associated therewith at today's state board meeting. History of Black History Month dates back almost a century. In 1926, noted Black historian Carter G. Woodson and the Association for the Study of Negro Life announced the second week of February as Negro History Week. Whitson wrote later that year of Negro History Week, if a race has no history, has no worthwhile tradition, it becomes a negligible factor in the thought of the world. And that is a quote. 50 years later, in 1976, President Gerald Ford declared February Black History Month. 46 years later, we continue to honor the contributions of blacks to the history of the United States. 2 skinny weeks ago, MDE hosted our third Diversity in History in Literature conference, for which more than 1,100 educators registered. Indeed, we've had more than 1,100 educators register for each of the 3 Diversity in Literature conferences that we have mounted in the last year. We've been fortunate to have as keynote speakers at our 3 conferences Professor Author Dr. Goldie Muhammad, Professor Author Nikki Giovanni, and Professor Author Shonda Buchanan. Each of our keynote speakers brought a unique perspective to the subject of diversity in literature. Board, as you may recall, it was Dr. Rudine Sims Bishop, Professor Emerita at Ohio State University, who noted that it was important for children, all children, to see themselves in their literature, mirrors, to see others in their literature, windows, and to be able to enter others' worlds through their literature, sliding doors. Such beautiful, evocative language. The birthday of one of the great authors in U.S. history, Langston Hughes, was last Tuesday, February 1st. I see Dr. Holt saying amen in the back. Hughes wrote poetry, short stories, a novel, 2 autobiographies, history, essays, newspaper columns, children's stories, an opera, and a number of plays. In a prodigious career that spanned more than 4 decades, Hughes wrote many poems that would become well-known, including Mother to Son, The Negro Speaks of Rivers, and I Too. In the poem Dreams, Hughes wrote, "Hold fast to dreams, for if dreams die, life is a broken-winged bird that cannot fly. Hold fast to dreams, for when dreams go, life is a barren field frozen with snow." That's a beautiful little 32-word poem. I can't imagine doing better with 32 words. In 1962, Hughes wrote this beautiful book of poetry as his 3rd book of poetry in 1932, The Dream Keeper. This is the 75th edition. This is not what it looked like in 1932. But in 1962, Hughes wrote Fight for Freedom, the story of the NAACP, the first history of the NAACP, which had been founded in 1909. Some of you are certainly aware, but others perhaps are not, that the NAACP, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, was originally an anti-lynching organization, because lynching was a thing in 1909. Lynching was a piece of what replaced slavery as we moved into Jim Crow for the better part of 100 years in our country. Not only was the NAACP an anti-lynching organization charged with ending the horrific practice of lynching in the Deep South, it was also an anti-segregation and a pro-voting rights organization. It's common to be supportive of the NAACP these days, but was it always so? It was not. Those who worked for it were under siege for decades in the Deep South. The NAACP was the subject of lawsuits and other efforts to constrain its membership in Alabama, Louisiana, South Carolina, among other states. The NAACP's field secretary in Mississippi, Medgar Evers, who investigated the Emmett Till lynching in 1955 and who helped James Meredith fight to enroll in the University of Mississippi in 1962, was murdered outside his home in June 1963. This is history. The NAACP Legal Defense and Education Fund, run by Thurgood Marshall for many years, would make a legal assault on Plessy versus Ferguson, the 1896 U.S. Supreme Court decision that found that segregation in public accommodations, including public schools, was legal. That's history. 58 years later, in 1954, in a series of lawsuits argued by the NAACP, the U.S. Supreme Court would overturn Plessy and rule in Brown versus the Topeka Board of Education that segregation in public schools was unconstitutional. That's history. Now, black history is not simply black history. It's more broadly American history as well. And we do well to remember that the history of blacks is inextricably a part of the history of our country, as the history of all our peoples in our country are inextricably parts of our country. You can't separate history from history because you find it convenient to do so, or because some portion of it makes you uncomfortable. The U.S. Constitution is arguably the greatest document in the history of the United States. So imagine the irony then when I suggest that this document be taught to our children. And some people react as if the suggestion would harm the children. Imagine that. Imagine that reading the Constitution would harm our children. I can't imagine. In a nutshell, our children should learn major aspects of their judicial, statutory, and constitutional history in school. I've already mentioned Plessy versus Ferguson from 1896, Brown versus the Topeka Board of Education from 1954, but our students should also learn about Dred Scott versus Sanford, the 1857 U.S. Supreme Court case that ruled that blacks, whether free or enslaved, could not be American citizens and therefore had no standing to sue in federal court. That's our history. That's not my opinion. That's history, and it should be taught. It would take amendments to the U.S. Constitution, to this document, to this great document. It would take amendments to the U.S. Constitution to rectify this great wrong. Many of us were taught about the Emancipation Proclamation, but were left to believe that the Emancipation Proclamation abolished slavery forever and everywhere. But it did not. It abolished slavery for the remainder of the Civil War, from January 1st, 1863 until April 1865, and only in Confederate states, not in border states that permitted slavery but did not secede. It would take the 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, arguably the greatest document in U.S. history, ratified in December 1865 after the Civil War ended, notwithstanding the fact that it is called a Civil War Amendment, to permanently abolish slavery. The Emancipation Proclamation did not do that. It was the 13th Amendment, passed by the U.S. Congress. That's not my opinion. That's history, and it should be taught. It should be taught to all our children. It would take the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, this document right here. It would take the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, ratified in July 1868, to provide citizenship to all individuals born or naturalized in the United States. That's an important amendment for my family and for many other families. Tellingly, the 13th Amendment, abolishing slavery, was not sufficient to provide U.S. citizenship to blacks. It would take the 14th Amendment of this great document to do so. It would take the 15th Amendment to this great document ratified in February 1870 to provide all men, not just men with skin like mine, but all men, irrespective of race, color, or previous condition of servitude, the right to vote as citizens. Tellingly, the 14th Amendment, granting citizenship, did not include, by extension, the right to vote. Think about that. Reflect upon that. It would take the 15th Amendment to do so. That's not my opinion, that's history. And it should be taught. It should be taught to all of our children. It would take the 19th Amendment, the passage of the 19th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, this great document right here, in August of 1920, which made it unconstitutional to deny the right to vote on the basis of sex, to pave the way for women of color to vote. That's our history. It's not my opinion. It deserves to be taught to all of our children. Notwithstanding the 13th, 14th, 15th, and 19th Amendments to the U.S. Constitution, in many southern states, blacks were still fighting for the right to vote into the 1960s, 100 years later. In other words, they were protected by the abolition of slavery in the 13th Amendment, by the right to citizenship in the 14th Amendment, by the right to vote in the 15th Amendment, by the right to vote for women in the 19th Amendment. And notwithstanding that, it would be almost 100 years later when blacks would gain the right to vote more permanently in the South. In some cases, it was the regaining of the vote, the right to vote, was it not? Because, after all, we know that for that skinny period of time in Reconstruction, blacks would vote. And for a period of time immediately thereafter, they would be able to vote in the Deep South. But then they would lose that right to vote. And it would take a civil rights movement in the 1960s to restore that right to vote. That's not my opinion. That's history. And it deserves to be taught to all of our children, every single one of them. It would take the injuries and deaths of civil rights foot soldiers and leaders and the death of a president before Congress ultimately acted amidst marches and rallies and political lobbying, the forceful urging of another president. Congress passed the Civil Rights Act of 1964 to ban segregation in public accommodations, among other highlights, and the Voting Rights Act of 1965 to effectively protect amendments to the U.S. Constitution, the right of citizenship, the right to vote that had been ratified almost a century earlier. That's history, and it deserves to be taught to all our children. This is all part of black history, all part of U.S. history more broadly writ, and all necessary for children to learn, all children. Our social studies teachers don't simply have the right to teach about the searing aspects of U.S. history. They have a professional responsibility to do so. Board, you and many groups of professional educators have concurred in this conclusion. That's what you approved last month, the teaching of the full breadth, the full comprehensiveness of U.S. history. Bills that, if passed by a state legislature, would deliberately undermine the teaching of the full breadth of U.S. history, the teaching of our judicial, constitutional, and statutory history, or at a minimum would put a chill in educators who seek to teach the full breadth of U.S. history, are bills that engage in their own form of cancel culture. Our state is a diverse state in a diverse country. Our young people are diverse, and they deserve to be prepared for a diverse world. As we become more diverse, some have leaned on lessons from the past to aid their cause, including book banning or some close cousin thereof. Just a couple of weeks ago, I read about a local school district effort in another state, but another local school district effort to ban mouse. You may know the book. It's a graphic novel about the Holocaust. I remember the first time I read Mouse many years ago. I read it with the middle school children to whom it had been assigned. I was prepared to dislike it. I thought that a graphic novel would trivialize the Holocaust, and I was wrong. It does not trivialize the Holocaust. In fact, the format didn't undermine the teaching of the Holocaust. It somehow brought the theme home for the students. So imagine my surprise when I found out that Mouse had been banned for offensive language and nudity by a school district. I reread Mouse. As a superintendent, I wanted to see the offensive language and pictures that had led to the book banning. I wanted to understand what was more offensive than the killing of 6 million Jews and millions of others who had likewise been considered by Nazis to be inferior races of people. I reread Mouse, and I found nothing in language or picture that deserves to be banned. Mouse isn't the only book to be banned of late. Earlier I mentioned Black author Langston Hughes, the anniversary of whose birthday was last Tuesday, February 1st. He would have been, not that anybody keeps track of these things after people die, but he would have been, if he were still with us, 120 years old. A little bit long in the tooth, perhaps. Another outstanding Black author, may she rest in peace, was Toni Morrison, the anniversary of whose birth is next week on February 18th. Before she died, Morrison won a Pulitzer Prize in 1987 for her novel Beloved, and a Nobel Prize in Literature in 1993. Her acclaim didn't stop her books from being banned at some point in her career and after her death, including The Bluest Eye, Song of Solomon, and Beloved. So you can win a Pulitzer Prize board, you can win a Nobel Prize in Literature, still have your books banned. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? I'm not talking about a determination that your book should be read by older students. I get that. That's perfectly legitimate. Not a middle school book, it's a high school book. Not an elementary book, it's a middle school book. I understand that. That's different from book banning. That's different from saying it shouldn't be on a shelf. It's a different story. Long-time failure to recognize the value of diversity of literature and comprehensiveness of history instruction, including the teaching about the history of race and racism in our classrooms, and the more pernicious, explicit effort of some to exclude diverse literature and comprehensive history instruction from our classrooms do a disservice to our children, who need to learn broadly about the literature and history of their country and of other countries as well. To say that we shouldn't teach about the superiority of one people over another seems legitimate on the one hand, doesn't it? Until one reflects that the Holocaust, slavery, Jim Crow, and other aspects of our history were all founded on the perceived superiority of one group over the other. You can't teach these searing, salient, ugly parts of history without acknowledging that they were founded on the despicable belief that some people were in fact superior to others. That is the foundation of slavery, the foundation of the Holocaust, the foundation of Jim Crow. You can't teach them without teaching that the basis was that some were superior to others. To teach about these and many other aspects of history is not for the purpose of making anyone uncomfortable, but the history may make some uncomfortable. I imagine perhaps some of you are uncomfortable right now, if only because you're hoping I'm going to end soon. But just as the teaching of history is uncomfortable, so too, though, is the ignoring or plowing under of history, which leaves its own marks, far more enduring, far worse. We do well to teach the full breadth of our history in social studies and in literature, and to wrestle with the complexity of that history, rather than to limit our children's and our own knowledge as adults of the history and to suffer the adverse impacts of ignorance. We do well to teach the full breadth of that history 12 months a year, rather than trying to shoehorn the contributions of individual peoples into any single month. Thank you.
Nice.
So, Board, we are at that point in the agenda where, having not heard enough from Ms. Leah Porter, we're asking Ms. Leah Porter to return for an encore performance, our 2021-2022 Michigan Teacher of the Year. We welcome her back to the board table, and we appreciate you doing a double duty today. Ms. Porter is joined by Mr. James Johnson, Region 7 Teacher of the Year from Loy Norris High School in Kalamazoo Public Schools. Go Knights. Mr. Johnson teaches United States History, Advanced Placement, United States History, and Current Events. There will be a PowerPoint presentation. Teachers of the Year, welcome.
Thank you, Board, for being flexible with us and letting myself present today twice with two incredible Regional Teachers of the Year. As I've shared with you many times over the last months, one of the best parts of being able to present to you each month is being able to do that jointly with one of my fellow Regional Teachers of the Year and allow them to be able to elevate their passions, their expertise, and their voice to the board. And so I'm very happy to have James Johnson with me here today. He's going to introduce himself to you.
Yes, thank you all for having me here, and on behalf of my colleagues, my fellow history teachers, and most importantly my students, both current and future students, for allowing me to talk to you today about the importance of history education. As Dr. Rice said, I teach U.S. history, AP U.S. history, and current events in Kalamazoo Public Schools. This is my 7th year teaching. I'm still fairly early into what I hope will be a long and rewarding career, but I've been teaching at this same high school the whole time and have been coaching softball as well. Really quickly, a bit about my personal life. That's my wife, Sarah. We got married going on 5 years now, coming up, and we don't have any children yet, but like many people around our age over the pandemic, a lot of my friends were either getting COVID puppies, as we said, or having children. And so the one on the left there is our COVID puppy. That's Ellie. Charlie there is about 4 years old. Today we're going to be talking about teaching history in the 21st century classroom. Next slide. No problem. After hearing a lot of discussion today regarding history instruction, I want to provide some insight into the realities of our work. And so that includes what it's like to teach history in the digital age, in a large urban district, with an often divided political climate. And one question I get a lot of the time as a history teacher is, why do we need to learn history when we can just Google everything? So these are some of the issues that currently face history instruction. I have a quote attributed to Albert Einstein in my classroom that says, "Education is not the learning of facts, but the training of minds to think." And I actually added a word on a sticky note right above that quote so that it reads, "Education is not just the learning of facts." I believe that history education must go beyond rote memorization, but facts do matter. History education should, at its foundation, give students a basic schema of the past and teach them how to process new information into that schema. There is so much information and misinformation about our world, both past and present. I'm constantly learning new information about history myself, but because I have a schema and I'm trained in evaluating new information, I can think critically and consider multiple perspectives whenever I learn something new.
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay. So today, what we're hoping to accomplish in this presentation is to talk about how what the relevant equitable history classroom looks like. So that's teaching from a culturally responsive lens. We're going to talk about how the use of diverse primary sources, specifically for history, and then implement inquiry-based learning to boost student engagement.
Before we get into those three things, the history teacher in me wants to first start with some context. I think it's important to recognize that our current state standards already encourage these practices. These quotes here on this slide and the next one are from our social studies standards document from the MDE. They talk about our culturally diverse world. We're in a democratic society and we need students to be informed and to make reasoned decisions for public good. They also talk about going beyond just teaching content and teaching discipline-specific skills. So thinking like a historian, being able to compare different viewpoints, consider context, all those good things. This is another quote from the current Michigan Social Studies standards. And this echoes some of the language that you'll see later on as well about empowering students through these different tools. So with multiple perspectives, giving students questioning habits and encouraging them to make informed actions on their decisions. The first of those tenets that Leah listed before was culturally responsive teaching. I want to start by saying, first of all, that this is not a radical idea. This is not a political idea. This means being inclusive and representative of all cultures, experiences, and viewpoints in the classroom. I often...
Do I need to go to the next slide? Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No problem. I often start new lessons or units by asking students what they already know about that topic or asking their opinion about a current event related to that topic. Activating students' prior knowledge, including their cultures and their experiences, makes the learning of history more accessible and relevant to all students. It also invites all student experiences and voices, even if they're just writing them on paper and not sharing them. Beyond that, I teach with a lot of historical artifacts, and in selecting those artifacts for my classroom, I want to make sure that those reflect all of my students.
From an elementary lens, culturally responsive instruction is often embedded in literature at the elementary grades, which allows students to develop empathy, celebrating and understanding differences, and foundational critical thinking skills from perspectives and situations that may be unfamiliar to their daily lives.
So what does it mean, or why do teachers need to be culturally responsive in the classroom? Studies show that culturally responsive teaching fosters inclusion and awareness. It has benefits for all students in improving their engagement and learning. It encourages acceptance of all students and helps prepare them to thrive in a diverse world. One of my favorite quotes is from activist and author James Baldwin, who said in one of his essays called Stranger in a Village, he wrote, "People are trapped in history and history is trapped in them." To me, this means that the past still has consequences for our present. I strive to teach history from multiple perspectives, not just those historically in positions of privilege and historically in positions of power. And I try to help students see themselves represented in our nation's history.
Do you want me to start here? Or?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. So diverse primary sources are critical. As Jimmy had talked about earlier in the social studies standards for Michigan, primary sources are highlighted in social studies standards in elementary school, and their usage begins in 3rd grade through the use and learning of Michigan history. So as an elementary social studies teacher, it is crucial for elementary teachers to lay the foundation of not only understanding the difference between primary and secondary sources, but their essential usage in understanding and providing perspectives and depth to historical events.
In my high school history classroom, when teaching about World War II and the attack on Pearl Harbor, I give students access to diary entries from survivors of the attack, images of the aftermath, newspaper clippings, propaganda posters, and speeches. Then we analyze how that attack impacted life for all Americans. This includes new government organizations to mobilize our country for war, but equally as important are pictures and stories of Japanese internment camps, acts of service by people of all races and ethnicities in our military and here at home, and even some criticisms of our country's actions or sometimes inactions. This is a much more comprehensive approach to history than any textbook or lecture or secondary source can provide.
So inquiry-based learning is a process that engages students by making real-world connections through exploration and questioning. It allows students to develop community with their class and instructor, improve their communication skills, and gain confidence from knowing that we all have experiences and those are shared with past generations, even if the circumstances might be different. This gives them the confidence that their experiences are valid and meaningful. And Jimmy's going to talk a little bit about what that looks like.
Yeah, so this is really similar to the scientific method, this inquiry arc that you see there. Essentially, students make hypotheses about the past and test those hypotheses as they acquire new information and engage with those historical artifacts we use in class. In order for this method to work for all students, the material needs to be relevant to all students. History education is more than just laws, wars, and presidents, or memorizing names and dates from the past. It's about how those things and our systems impact different groups of people and how those people respond. Teachers who are mindful to include multiple perspectives make their content more inviting and give students a window to engage in critical thinking. The impact of this, studies have shown that this model of teaching increases understanding of those concepts being taught, especially when, as Dr. Rice said, many times history is uncomfortable. It's complex, so it helps students to make sense of that given their own experiences. It promotes higher order thinking skills and advances academic success, especially when infused with technology. Often using technology for students to be able to find additional sources of information to add to their understanding. Our takeaways for this presentation for you all today is how can we as a school system, a public school system, continue to support history instruction. And so these are some recommendations that we have. Continuing to create an environment where students can explore history from multiple perspectives. Michigan should continue to be a leader with our standards and our professional development, emphasizing critical thinking skills, and most importantly, trusting teachers to navigate the existing curriculum as the professionals we are. There's been a lot of talk, as Dr. Rice just described, in various states and districts around the country about banning certain texts and topics. I'm not here in any way advocating for teachers to pollute children's minds with any doctrine, creed, or lifestyle. I'm not here advocating that teachers should teach children to hate our country in any way. I'm merely suggesting that any government bans on specific content or ideas will not have their intended consequences. These bans will lead to a lack of engagement and academic success for all students, especially those who have been historically marginalized and whose voices have not been as thoroughly recorded and taught throughout our history. The effect will be a propagandized version of history that excludes and invalidates students' own cultures and experiences, and a crippling of their ability to make sense of the information they encounter on a daily basis. The research shows that exposure to multiple perspectives fosters academic success. We must empower students to understand and engage in the present, and we must trust teachers to guide them as the professionals we are. Thank you all for your time today.
Thank you.
Board, do you have any comments or questions for our teachers of the year? They're usually asking the questions, not receiving the questions. But I think that they wouldn't mind answering a question or two if you have a question or two. Okay.
I just want to thank them for both of the presentations. Yeah. Both of them were amazing, and if we can get copies, that's great. Yeah. To share, I will say with the first presentation, it reminded me of the unfortunate situation in Oxford, and how again that tragedy has been front and center. And then it reminds me of so many other children who have experienced that type of violence and seen that type of death. And just thinking about how our children are so resilient, but they shouldn't have to be. And we have to be able to provide those supports for them. But thank you for both of these presentations.
Thank you. And Dr. Pugh, I just wanted to share that Brian and I had discussed talking about Oxford, but we cut it for time purposes. But I would absolutely agree that when we're talking about issues like that too, that collective trauma that we are all facing is here and real and relevant.
Dr. Pugh, very quickly, it was cut as well. The copycat syndrome, where lockdowns are in place at other schools as well. Repercussions that happened after Oxford. No way equalize the same value of what happened at Oxford, but how high school students had to be kept until 7 p.m. at one location in classrooms, and So systems need to be in support across all of our schools throughout Michigan. It's not just where the horrific things do happen.
Absolutely.
Which I know you intend as well.
Yeah,
as well, but.
absolutely. And I think looking at this presentation, this second presentation, it is unfortunate that it takes an expert for us to be thinking about these. I mean, expert never should have happened, obviously, but that it takes an expert for us to have to think about how other districts, children in other districts, have to deal with gun violence. So, thank you for both of these.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Actually, to all three of you, great presentations. Thank you. The next item on today's agenda is presentation in honor of Black History Month. We welcome Dr. Shelley Jones-Holt to share a presentation in honor of Black History Month. Dr. Jones-Holt is an educational and racial impact anthropologist with Leadership Legacy Consulting. This is an informational presentation and no board action is required. There will be a PowerPoint presentation. Dr. Shelley Jones-Holt, welcome. Good to see you.
Can you hear me okay through this?
Yes.
Okay, beautiful. Normally I'm on Zoom, so I don't have to deal with my little math situation here. So first of all, thank you to State Board of Education. Thank you to Superintendent Rice and, of course, Ms. Tilley for having me here today. Today we just want to talk a little bit about the importance of celebrating Black history. Well, I mean, the two educator groups that came up, bravo, especially bringing in the Nadine Burke-Harris, the ACEs. Y'all knocked that completely out of the park. Great job. As I conclude kind of towards the end of my presentation, because of the work we do, I'm also going to speak to, from a board level, what does this look like to lead for equity, to truly come together and ensure that we're not causing more harm as we're trying to heal the harm that has been caused by systemic oppression in our country and around the world. And so with that, I'm just going to, let me make sure I'm hitting the right button. So I'm going to start a little bit about who I am and why I'm here, and then we're going to distinguish, which Dr. Rice, you did an amazing job. I'm just going to jump right off of that with American history and African American history. And yes, African American history is part of American history, but there's a distinct relationship that oftentimes is sugar-coated, and that gets difficult for all of us to deal with. And why is equity work so challenging? I do this work all over the world, and it is challenging everywhere. It's not just here. It's literally hard for everybody to kind of grasp, like, how do we deal with equity? Is equity teaching people to hate themselves? Is it teaching hate? And that is something that we're all grappling with right now. And then I'll kind of culminate with 5 considerations for school boards that are looking to lead for equity. And what does that mean over time, as far as a call to action? I always start with my credentials because as an African American woman, part of what I have to do is to justify why I'm here. And that's even part of the conversation that we need to have around why is it that some people have to do some things one way and other people have to do things another way. That has to do with the way that our society responds to folks who look differently than they do. Okay? And so I have several degrees. Most of my degrees are based in understanding the way we treat one another and why do people respond to people the way they do. When I came out of high school, and I'll tell a little bit of the story along the way. When I came out of high school, I was really interested in understanding why it is that my daddy would tell me I had to respond a certain way, but my best friend, who appears as white, could respond a different way. I didn't understand that. I didn't appreciate it. I didn't like it. And I wanted to understand the why. And just saying because you're black it just didn't sit well with me. I don't understand why. Why? And this is where that yearning to know why is why I started to major in psychology, understand, I wanted to learn African American history. I wanted to learn other parts of history. I wanted to understand what has caused us as little girls. And there were several incidents that as we were coming up as little girls in a very well-to-do neighborhood, but my experience was very, very different from hers. And neither one of us could understand why our parents were telling us certain things. And so as I went through my education, I'll tell you, I was not going to become a teacher because being a teacher was considered less than in our community where I came from. As a matter of fact, my daddy's response to me, God love him, God rest his soul, was, I didn't pay all that money for you to go to Berkeley to become some teacher. And I was like, well, wait a minute. He's still my heart. And that hurt, right? But I found a passion and a love for educating others, but also continuing to educate myself. And I also figured out later on that you could become a doctor in education, which is what I did when I went to USC. I also have several positions and accolades that I've held. The most coveted is always the role of teacher. And the most coveted award was becoming the 2016 California State Equity Administrator of the Year. And it's like, well, wait a minute, how did that happen? I'll tell you, it happened because I specifically advocated for a group other than who I identify with. And that was a very interesting dynamic at the time in California. It was around the LGBTQ and trans. Remember when we were all worried about where everybody was going to the bathroom? All of a sudden it was a big deal, like, where are all of our children going to use the restroom, right? And again, being an equity advocate, being a social justice advocate, I was like, wait a minute. This is not good for children. This is more so not even good for educators. Why are we spending this much time focused on this issue? We should be focused on our reading levels, our math levels, ensuring our kids feel safe, like all of these different things that we know are important, not necessarily just around bathrooms. And so approaching that problem from a perspective of, I'm probably the best one to advocate for this group. My husband is a religious a Christian man. He was in getting his bachelor's degree at the time in religious studies. I am a very staunchly believing Christian woman. And so for me to advocate for the LGBTQ community, it sounded a lot different than the LGBTQ community trying to advocate for themselves. And so part of this work of being equity leaders and making sure that we are truly treating everybody as they need to be treated so that they can have access to the education they need is recognize that sometimes we need to advocate for those with whom we don't identify. We need to understand a little bit more about everybody's story as opposed to just our own and what's most comfortable for us. And so that led to really understanding my own cultural identity. So I share that with you. Yes, I do have 8 children. I just had another one, and that's part of why I'm so staunch about wearing the mask. I have a 6-week-old, well, she'll be 6 weeks Thursday, on top of everybody else. When you talked about the COVID babies or COVID dogs, who said that was me? Well, here we go. But most importantly, understand the reason I'm sharing cultural identity is because who I am is bigger than the color of my skin. Who I am is bigger than my religion. Who I am is bigger than my belief system. But it does not mean that the color of my skin does not impact my experience. Doesn't mean that my belief system doesn't impact my experience. Doesn't mean that my gender doesn't impact my experience. And that's where culture really comes into play with everything that we have to look at. Culture is a very dynamic piece of every single one of us. Every single one of us has a cultural identity, and it impacts how we experience the world. And it is that impact or differential impact which is part of the work of equity, is recognizing that your experience is going to be different from hers, is going to be different from his, is going to be different from mine, simply because of how we identify. Right or wrong, it is part of who we are. Uh-oh, what did I do?
Nope, I'm just trying to get this back up.
Okay.
Go ahead and continue.
Okay. Let's say I can really mess up some technology.
No, it wasn't.
If there's a way to mess it up, I can do it. And so, as you see from this picture, that you cannot see, it has a picture, well, just to describe, it describes culture as an iceberg. And so there are the pieces of culture that we all see. And so as we look around this room, we can see that how we identify phenotypically, meaning how we look, is going to be different from what we experience. There's a top of the iceberg, which, as we know, 10% of the iceberg is above water. Then there's this deeper piece of the iceberg. And a lot of times the challenges that we experience in leading for equity is that we're only focused on the part of the iceberg that we can see, and not as focused on the parts of the iceberg that make up who we are that we cannot see. And with that, many of our stories get dismissed and misunderstood because we can't see all of people's stories. I can't see if you have a history of abuse. You can't see whether or not I came from a high socioeconomic background or a low socioeconomic background and the experiences that would have led to my... You can't see my sexuality. And so because we can't see it, a lot of assumptions are made about folks, and you see how this can start to ripple effect and snowball for all of us? And so what we're seeing is that if we don't understand what culture is, and we don't understand this iceberg and start to get to know one another, we run the risk of having a lot of problems when we talk about leading for equity. And so in order to lead for equity, we've got to unpack our cultural identity. And what is cultural identity? It's the identity of belonging to a socio-cultural group. It is how we each self-identify. I cannot tell you your cultural identity, and you can't tell me mine. How I identify is a very personal part of who I am, right? But oftentimes what we've had happen in history, which Dr. Rice spoke about, is we've told people who to identify with, how they need to identify, and we've treated people based on these phenotypic identifiers, right? And so we got a lot to overcome, but it starts with unpacking and understanding our cultural identity impacts how we experience the world. And if we try to deny that, then that's the first step, is understanding that everybody has a cultural identity. There are a lot of folks that identify as white that are feeling right now like my identity is being washed away. You're taking away who I am. You're taking away my history. You're taking away fill in the blank, right? That's problematic. There are people in history who have had that, not even felt, have had their freedoms taken away based on that identity. And so we have a lot of history to unpack, but also a lot to recognize when we talk about cultural identity. And there's a reason I speak to cultural identity, and race is just one part of that. Age is one part of that. How I experienced the world in my 20s, even though I'm still there. Don't let them tell you different, right? I'm still in my 20s, right? But it's going to be very different from when in my 40s or in my 60s or God willing in my 80s or 90s, right? How I identify if I identify as Christian or as Jewish or as Hindu or as Muslim, it's going to impact how I experience the world. And so cultural identity in American history is a huge part of American history, which oftentimes gets glossed over. We want to teach dates and times and what happened, wars and freedom, and there are a lot of ideals around American history: freedom, liberty, justice, representation. Dr. Rice brought up the Constitution. These are all important documents that we need to teach, but we also have to recognize what we are not saying when we start to teach American history in this way. Whose freedom? Whose liberty? Whose justice? And whose representation? Because there have been cultural identities over the years that have been left out of that word all. Right? And so we've got to recognize that American history is experienced differently for different people. So another piece to this is to understand that for different folks that came here to America, American history looks different, even for people who identify as white. So there's this large group that we conglomerate all together, and we put the racial identifier white, which literally is part of the price that was paid to become American. People came from Spain, Portugal, England. There's always this thought of, oh, we just came from England. I used to get that from the kids in the classroom. Well, the English came, and it's like, baby, do you realize that Europe is a continent? When we talk, England is one country in that. Italy, Spain. There are some people that don't even believe there's a difference between Russian, Ukrainian. I mean, this is part of our challenge. We heard it in some of the comments, that there is a deep differentiation in history. But what happened over time, because of the oppressive history of each of these groups of people in some point in our history, when they came here to America, there was a unification at some point in history. And they unified under the privilege that was associated with becoming American. And becoming American meant white. For some people, that was a voluntary offering up of, you hear part of my history or my heritage is Scottish, right? You don't see that because I don't phenotypically appear as Scottish. But if you get close enough, I got the freckles, and Jones is my, which is a Dutch last name, is my maiden name. And it's part of why I share that, because that Dutch, Scottish, English history, that's in my history as well. But because I don't phenotypically appear that way, people don't say, oh, okay, well, you're a Dutch, Scottish, African-American woman. Says no one when they first look at me, until they start to understand what I know about my cultural identity. When we talk about the price paid to become American, I want to just tell you a brief story. In one of my sessions recently, and yes, I did get permission to share this story. I teach this to boards, principals, administrators all over the country. And she brought up a story about her wife who identifies as Italian. And so she recalled when she was young, her grandmother would always speak to, they're very strong Italian from Sicily, you know, very know exactly where they came from, right? And she would talk about how her grandmother would speak about, be careful of the white man. Be careful of the white man. Because in certain parts of New York, if you were Italian, you suffered certain levels of oppression. You were not allowed in certain areas. You weren't allowed to do certain things. And so there was this fear amongst Italians, and I don't want to speak too deeply into it, but that's part of our history as well. And their fear was of the white man, which often referred to German, sometimes Dutch, but mostly people of English descent, because there was a hierarchy at this time, and Italians were not allowed to identify as white. They were identified as Italians, or darkies, as they were called at that point, right? And so she's hearing these stories from her grandmother, and then she's raised in Southern California, a little bit far up the street from where I was raised. So she gets into high school, and guess what she is referred to as? White. It traumatized her. She just spoke about, like, oh my goodness, I never saw myself as that because I'm Italian. I don't identify as white. But when I realize if I'm in a predominantly black school in the middle of Rialto, what do they see me as? They see me as white. Right? And so there's this dynamic that we don't often talk about within the culture of people who identify racially as white that gets dismissed. And that's problematic because that's part of our history as well. And we don't often teach that. We talk about it as American history. But American history is different if you come from Italy. If you come from Ireland, which many people from Ireland came as indentured servants, we don't talk about that oftentimes, which just eliminates what happened with the potato famine and what happened in the challenges that were existing between Ireland and England and over the years. Same thing with Scotland. I mean, there's so much history there that we just dismiss because many folks came here to escape that oppression and were labeled as American, particularly white. Does that make sense? And that's problematic. That's problematic. So we have to talk about this within our school system in a way that doesn't bring shame, blame, or victimization, but just points out that this is part of what oppression does to a world and to a society. And so when we talk about why people came to America and American history, we have to talk about all parts of that history. We have to talk about how when people came here, there were people that were already here. What happened? What happened? And we have to talk about that in a way that does not bring, again, shame, blame, or victimization, but just talks about why and the mental models of folks that that people had to endure. But what would cause folks to want to do this and become okay with mistreating others for their own benefit? That's a tough one. That's a tough one. But it can be done, and it can be done without shame, blame, or victimization. So this is part of American history. There's also a shadowy side to American history. And this is the part where people like to start, and then it goes kind of haywire from there. We can't start American history in America. America is about to be 250 years old. There's a lot more history than 250 years, talking about the year 1776. It goes further back than that here on this land, and it goes farther back when we talk about folks immigrating into America. Right? But the shadowy side of American history is that everybody was not afforded the same opportunities. We have people of Jewish descent that were not afforded the same. I talked about Jewish descent. I've talked about Irish. I've talked about Scottish. Like, there's all these different groups that have suffered various kinds of institutional oppression. And of course, we have what we know about, which is the 400 years of institutionalized racism that have existed for people who identify as black. Why is that so significant when we talk about black history? Because all these other forms of oppression that had existed when folks came together as white, it was not all by choice. Let me tell you right now, the English weren't excited to include the Irish in the identifier as white. It was a matter of convenience. You know what? It's hard for me to sometimes tell when an Irish person, because you had a lot of people dyeing their hair, shifting their accents because they didn't want to appear as their culture, their original culture, right? But it's not easy to dye that black skin. So the anti-black oppression that started here, yes, it was a result of African slavery, but it was also a matter of convenience. I can tell very easily, you're white, you're black. Oh, done. And that's where phenotypical racism kind of got its stronghold here in America. We've got to talk about that, right? And not in a sense of getting a shame, blame, and victimization, but we've got to talk about why that happened in the mental models that even after it was outlawed by many of what Dr. Rice was talking about in the Constitution, people continue to create ways to keep that dissension going. When the Emancipation Proclamation came out, we had black codes come out, and the KKK was formed. We had Jim Crow that was created, all as a way to circumvent the laws of the land to bring about equality and equity. We've got to talk about why that happened. And so when we talk about what's the difference and why we have to celebrate African American history, American history, both histories have to do with freedom. But the best way to look at it is with the 4th of July. We all want to celebrate our freedom, right? But the 4th of July in American history had to do with freedom from British oppression and lack of representation. But Frederick Douglass had a famous speech called "What is the 4th of July to a Slave?" Because African American history has to do with freedom from American enslavement and survival of American oppression. This is where the rubber start. This is where the issues start. Because I'm a good person. I'm not a bad person. But we've got to face that we have some shadowy sides to our history. Doesn't mean that we're bad people. It has to do with a belief system that was held at the time, right? And so when we talk about celebrating Black history, I often hear, well, Dr. Holt, why is it that we always want to celebrate African American first? Because when you really think about overcoming after all that and being able to still make it to a certain level and be the first, that's huge. That's huge when you think about it. Right? And so what are some of the differences that we talk about with American history that we want to point out and why we need to celebrate Black history? Because when you talk about one group being escaping European oppression, we've got to talk about, and we skip that over in school. I can't tell you how many high school seniors I have in some of my sessions that are like, I didn't know all this. I didn't know this history. And I'm like, that's the problem. And they're the same ones, that beforehand are going, we need to stop X, Y, and Z. And I'm like, come on, baby, come on. Let's sit down and talk. We need to talk about the difference of escaping European oppression and what that means with African American history being stolen, captured, and enslaved. That's a difference. We have to talk about experiences based on class and religion, which did happen, because when we look at the history of public education, it started out as a means to read the Bible, and it started out only for upper class folks, not for everybody. But when you talk about African American history, we're talking about experiences based on phenotypical skin color. Big difference. There's a difference, but it's there. Freedom from British rule and lack of voice in decision making. Overcoming physical, mental, and emotional, generational oppression for freedom. There's a difference there. And that's part of what we want to teach when we start teaching about why it's important for folks to learn Black history in the context of American history, is that they're related to one another. Opportunities being made available for everyone. That's our American history, right? Everybody, freedom for all, justice for all men are created equal, right? Well, all those opportunities weren't for everybody. So we've got to talk about opportunities being systemically denied. We talk about an individualist culture, which many of the European countries had. Pick yourself up by your bootstraps. I made my own way. I worked hard, right? And then we got to talk about the difference between of having our cultures completely eviscerated. Coming here and having your language, your history completely eliminated. Or versus being able to keep your history and bring it here. Oftentimes, though, people had to hide it at home. We still hear about Jewish families and Italian families that had to hide their Jewish traditions in their homes because they were scared if they were to tell people that they were Jewish, what would happen, right? And so There's a lot of facets between American history and African American history that we've got to distinguish. But again, we got to do that without shame, blame, or victimization. This is not to make anyone feel bad. This is about just teaching what happened and ultimately getting down to how do we recognize and respond to the barriers of what happened. Because what's happened, because we don't know this history, you have these very far bookends. You have people that literally are upset and enraged at the idea that we're going to address this issue because and there's a lot of reasons why, whether they feel like they're losing something or et cetera. And then you have this solidarity with people that are literally saying, my life matters. Let's marinate on that for just one moment. People are saying, my life, not my belief system, not my freedom, my life matters. And that's hit with Black Lives Matter, it's with Asian Lives Matter. And I'm not talking about the political organizations. I don't get into all that. I'm talking about the very idea of me having to say, my Irish life matters. My Jewish life matters. We have that going on in our country. And as we talk about trauma and ACEs, imagine the trauma of wondering whether or not if I go to school, someone's going to accept me for who I am. Whoa, right? And so why do we still need to celebrate Black history? Because the stories are different when they're told from different perspectives. And this went on for a very, very, very long time. Meaning that the mental models that had created this are still reminiscent in our society today. It didn't go away, folks. It tends to look different. Racism in American history has harmed everyone. There's this belief system among some folks that it only harmed those who were enslaved. Absolutely not. Think about the mind of someone who had to beat another human being. What would be the epigenetic effects of that? Part of my job is whipping another human being until their flesh tears. Now, I get it. This is horrible. I mean, that's my ancestors that were being beaten. But think about the mentality of someone who does that and then goes to church on Sunday. Whoa. And so when we talk about we have to face this reality in order to fix it, we've got to face what happened to all of us throughout this system of American slavery and segregation and Jim Crow and the mentality. It did not just happen to one group of people. It happened to all of us. And we've got to accept and understand what that means. And so part of that is building cultural, there's a name for it. It's called building cultural proficiency. Cultural proficiency is looking at how history and our identity and what's happened over time enables us to respond effectively in various cultural settings. And there's a complete continuum that was created by Drs. Randall and Dolores Lindsay around how we address people who have different stories than ourselves. I'm going to show you the quick continuum. I'm not going to get too deep into it, but just know that there's a way that we can respond that either is destructive and destroys cultures or says, you know what? I understand what you're going through. I understand the difference of what your cultural difference makes, and I want to respond appropriately. And in the middle of that continuum, you'll see is blindness. This is the idea that I don't see culture. We're all the same. The only race is the human race. That's choosing not to see people's cultural identity. And that's problematic when you talk about the cultural proficiency continuum. So part of what we're trying to do is to build that within folks that have been traumatized over time by our history, right? So why equity? Why now? Why is this so hard? We are at a societal turning point. We've heard it for hours. It was interesting. I'm listening to your public comment, and I listen to public comments from boards literally all over the country. It's all the same. I don't mean to make it trite or laugh about it, but it's all the same right now. And it's because there's a movement around this that is very concerted. We are at a societal turning point to really understand how are we going to address the teaching of history in the future. How are we going to do that? How many folks you saw in your Facebook feeds had no idea about the race massacre in Tulsa in 1921? No clue. That's a travesty. We should know about these. And there were literally millions of Americans that are going, what, that happened? Yes, that happened. Right after the last pandemic where everybody was wearing masks. It was in 1921, right? Last pandemic was Spanish flu in 1918. It was right after that. But we tend to not learn these things. There's also a shift right now between positional and influential leadership, meaning we have a lot of folks in power positions that are doing what they need to do. You also have a lot of grassroots efforts that are coming up, good and not so good, we could say, that are also influencing. So we have this nexus where we're all trying to navigate this and figure out how do we best do this. You have a need right now for the guider side and the leader in front. There's a lot that we don't know and that we're still trying to figure out with what's happening racially and within the health pandemic. We are dealing with two pandemics, folks. It's a dual pandemic. You have a racial one or a cultural one, depending on how you want to look at it. And then also you have this health pandemic, neither of which any of us have dealt with in our lifetime. We're literally paving new ground. All of which people are deeply divided on right now because of this idea of this positional and influential leadership that's happening in our society. And we also are at a lack for big picture strategists that can kind of play middle of the road. Either folks are really far one way or really far the other way, and that's problematic because it's like, how do I bring anyone in or have anyone come and support me when it's like, I can't listen. If I do this, I'm going to tick off these people. If I do this, I'm going to upset these people. And so people are just kind of stuck. There's also a lack of folks that have actually led for equity and know what it looks like. And it's tough. I can tell you right now, it's tough. And so that all kind of encapsulates itself into what we call politics. There's a lot of politics operating. And we have to figure out as leaders, how do we sift through some of these politics to get to what's right for kids, to get to what's right for educators. And knowing that we're not going to make everyone happy, but we've got to figure out how we're going to do this. So equity leadership is challenging. And I'm going to tell you, folks, there are no models. There is nowhere where you can look to one district, one organization that says, we've done this correctly. It does not exist. Everyone's trying to figure this out. In the community dynamics that exist here in Michigan versus most of my work is in California and some in Alabama, believe it or not. I know, right? I was shocked too. Alabama? But yeah, there's a lot of political dynamics and we don't have models for this. So part of what we have to do is start to what we call reconnect, relearn, restore, and reimagine. So I'm going to fly through these next few slides, but that's the idea, is be able to define what we're looking at and how to go about doing it. Leading for equity for all of our students is going to feel like this. There are times when you're going to feel like, who wants change? And everybody goes, yes, we need to change. Then you say, who wants to change? And all of a sudden, folks start to go, whoa, you meant I need to do something different with me? I thought you meant everybody else need to do something different to accommodate what I think. And it's not that. It's that we all are going to need to change and shift how we look at things, how we work. And then you ask who wants to lead the change, and there's crickets. Nobody wants to lead it. Why? Because it's dangerous, it's challenging, it's tough. There's also times that leading for equity is going to look like we're going to have to take what people have said and done, especially when we're all having to work together, and we're going to have to forgive people for what they did and move on. That's tough. I can tell you from my personal story, that is extremely tough. But it has to be done so that you don't operate in this work from a place of bitterness and hurt and upset. You've got to operate from a place of this, I want to do what's right for the communities that I've been elected to serve. And finally, we call this the Ruth Gator Ginsburg approach. We've got to lead in a way that's going to bring other people along with us. I'm dealing with split boards all over the country. And a split board is never going to help us move forward. Regardless of how it's split, some are split one way, it doesn't matter. It's not going to help us be able to move forward. We've got to figure out how to lead in a way that's going to bring other people along. And so the first consideration I have for you is to clearly set up agreements for internal and external engagement around issues of equity. How are we going to talk about equity? How are we going to talk about this so that we don't end up screaming at one another? And that's happened. Let's just be honest. And what we suggest is that you have expectations of engagement for internal and external conversations. The internal conversations, Don Miguel Ruiz's 4 agreements helps us with that. It has to do with really kind of checking ourselves as we get emotional about this work. And then the external agreements are about engaging in conversations about race. I want to speak to number 2 here, experience discomfort. This is going to be uncomfortable for everyone. But being uncomfortable is very different from being unsafe. I'm going to say that again. Being uncomfortable is different from being unsafe. And oftentimes, those are confused. If I'm uncomfortable about this topic, it means I'm unsafe. Not necessarily. It means you're uncomfortable. It's because we as an American society in general do not deal well with discomfort. We create laws and situations so that we can be most comfortable. And now, one of those unwritten laws is don't talk about race. Don't bring race into it. Oh, why you got to talk about that, right? It's because it makes people uncomfortable and we don't necessarily know how to deal with it. So part of the, one of the engagements that we say is you're going to experience discomfort. What does that feel like when it gets a little uncomfortable? How do I respond when it gets a little uncomfortable? And I want to speak to number 3, which is speak your truth. Everybody in here has a truth, and we've been taught not to speak it. For over 20 years, I operated in the school system, 17 of those as an administrator. I was taught not to speak my Black truth. And it harmed me to levels that I'm still dealing with. Because my experience as an African American woman is very different from Dr. Rice's experience as someone who phenotypically appears as a white male. And that's hard for me. I'm admitting that it is. But if I don't speak my truth about my experiences and he speaks his truth, we can't deal with that and then figure out how we can shift the system that created those truths. Number 2, define and learn about equity together. Everybody in here has a different definition of equity. And so we have to have authentic discussions about our views and perspectives to create a collective understanding of the systems and equity in action. Until we understand where we're all coming from, we're not going to be able to move forward. And so what does that look like? It looks like developing your racial historical literacy. Who are you? Because there is no country called white. And Black is, or African American is an identifier that was created because our country or national status was ripped away. So it's part of why we call each other brothers and sisters. And I'd be like, hey, brother, how you doing? He knows that because truthfully, our entire history was pulled away. But most people who identify as white know where they came from. Where is that? Ireland, Scottish, German, Dutch. Let's celebrate that. Let's talk about that. Next month is Irish Heritage Month. Hopefully we're talking about that. So what is the history of your family? You got to dig deeper into that so we can appreciate the history of how that looks within the history of what we call America. And then learn the history of others. What is the history of other people and how does that look differently? And what are the relationships between our histories? Again, without shame, blame, or victimization. We got to bring equity in education. We got to define what equity means. This is a long slide. I'm not going to go through it. But the only thing I want to point out is two things. One, equity is not equality. Equity does not mean that everybody gets the same. Meaning that we know this. Think about how the pandemic has impacted people. We gave everybody laptops or some kind of device to do their work, right? Did everybody get the same results? Absolutely not. There were connectivity issues. There was all kinds of issues. So that's just one example. Also look at, there are a litany of challenges that you see right there to equity. They're going to come up. And as a school board or as a state board, you got to prepare for those challenges to come. And preparing does not mean, oh, I'm just not going to deal with it. It's like, let me understand this a little bit deeper and develop our collective response to how we're going to deal with people's emotions and feelings around this. Let me figure out how we're going to deal with the impacts of epigenetics and eugenics when people don't quite understand them. Let me figure out how we're going to address microaggressions that come up in the workplace and what does that mean even? Some people are going, what are those words again? Is she just trying to show her vocabulary? No, these are actually facets of this work. This is one that, again, language and perspective matters. When we talk about identity, and this is where we've got to talk about privilege and understand privilege. Everybody has an identity in every one of those categories, every one of us. And every one of those categories has a form of oppression associated with it. Ouch. That means that oppression is not just about race. It's deeper than that. Every one of these groups of oppression have a target. Somebody that suffered from it or has the potential to suffer. I got to be very clear about my language. Has the potential to experience oppression. Just because I'm a woman does not mean in every situation I'm going to experience gender oppression. Just because I appear as African American does not mean in every situation I'm going to experience racial oppression. But the probability of being a target increases when you're part of one of these target groups. By contrast, each of these also has an agent group, meaning a group that has usually been the perpetuators of that oppression. So when you look at this list, this is the list I usually use to help people understand the challenge. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, I don't mean to leave. What did I do?
Hit the little one.
Oh, there we go. Okay. But when you look at this list, it's no wonder why some of our folks who identify as white, male, heterosexual, Christian, owning, able-bodied, middle-aged males are struggling right now. Because if the more target groups you identify with, the more you're able to understand the way oppression operates in society. Conversely, the more agent groups you are a part of, the more you may not quite understand this. And it's like, whoa, where did this come from? Didn't we already solve this? This was over. And it's like, whoa, because of how I identify, I may not see that. Oh, wow. This is a huge epiphany for folks. Number 3, consider preparing for the pushback. Completely comprehend systemic inequities and prepare for the barriers to equity. They're going to come. They're going to come. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And so what does that look like? It looks like you have to understand the history of our testing system and that it's based in eugenics. What is eugenics? Remember he talked about that idea of white supremacy and proving that people who identify as white are smarter and more capable than others? That's the idea of eugenics. And Carl Brigham, who was a known eugenicist, is actually the father and originator of the SAT. Why does this matter to us? Because every assessment that we take typically is modeled after the SAT. See an issue there? Yeah. And so when we start to look at disparities that appear within our exams, we got to look at the exam itself. This is all part of understanding the history of public education. If we understand the history of public education, then you understand how these things came to be and why we're getting differential results. We have to understand that all of our kids are not operating in the same way. They're not operating with the same toolbox, and they're all going to appear differently based on these exams. There are also many long-term impacts to miseducated youth. Because this has gone on so long, we have many impacts that we have. This is where the epigenetics comes in. Epigenetics is a field of study that was solidified or validated based on its review of survivors of the Holocaust. What it basically says is that the DNA markers for children that were born of women who, this is third generation out, children born of women, they had different DNA markers for being able to handle stress and trauma. What? You mean to tell me you're going to respond to stress and trauma differently if your mother was a victim or experienced stress and trauma? And that was after the 12 years of the Holocaust and 2 generations later. I'll let you marinate on what happens after 400 years of institutionalized systemic slavery in America. I'll let you marinate on that and what happens to the communities. And so one of the things that we advocate for, and this is a reading I will always leave folks with, because if you know me, you know I'm going to always leave you with something to read. I recommend reading The Water of Systems Change. It just talks about how we address systemic change in our society. Because we're trying to change a system. For good or for worse, we're trying to shift a system that was created to do exactly what it's doing. And so we've got to understand how systems operate. Many of us do not understand the way systems operate. And what it is that our systems operate based on mental models. There was a mental model that said there are certain groups that belong over others, and so we're going to build an entire country based on that idea. Whoa, that's a mental model. Then, based on those mental models, we create certain relationships and power dynamics based on that to hold things in place. From that, you end up with policies, practices, and resource flows. That's why you end up with the Constitution looking the way it did in its original form. And then over time, as mental models shift, we had amendments to it to fix it, so to speak, right? To make sure that we included everybody. Because as the mental models changed, the power dynamics had to shift, and then the policies were going to shift. This is the way that systemic change happens. And oftentimes, we want to shift a policy, and we have not shifted the mindset. We call that the Ruby Bridges effect. Because in 1954, Brown v. Board of Education said that all schools needed to be integrated. It wasn't until 1960, 6 years later, that Ruby Bridges integrated the first school. Now, mind you, that's 3 years after the Little Rock Nine. And yet and still, we had good Christian folks spitting on this child as she was entering under National Guard protection. It's because the mental model still said, even though the law has changed, the mental model still said, I don't want my child going to school with those kids. Finally, create and collectively educate a team or coalition of internal and external stakeholders. We've got to do a better job of educating our community folks. Our folks do not understand any of some of what I've just explained, and we've got to do a better job of bringing our folks along, bringing them in the room, hearing their stories, and helping bring everybody together. And so that means that we've got to redefine success with an equity lens so that we teach people about Bloom's taxonomy and why it's so important that every story be told, why it's so important that we look at everyone's cultural identity, why it's so important that we look at student success differently, not just based on a test score. Because remember, we just talked about those tests. So we've got to find other ways to define student success outside of the test and including the test. And so, and finally, create and implement an action plan for systemic change. This is not going to happen overnight. So this is when I have to pull my activists like myself and pull them to the side and say, come on, no, we're not going to have this happen yesterday. Come on back. This took over 400 years to create. It's not going to get fixed overnight. We're not going to change it overnight. But we are going to make little steps along the way. And so keep things to prepare. Prepare yourself. Get yourself ready. Do your own homework. Prepare as a team. Get ready for the pushback. Get your team and community ready. And prepare for your plan of action. And also prepare for the succession plan of more people to come. Few uncomfortable words of caution. Remember that people have died over this. So the minute we start really focusing on equity, right now, Martin Luther King is considered a national hero, right? But when he died penniless and hated by the majority of what we know as America. We've got to remember that. When folks that have led for equity have had to be under police protection, myself included. This is tough. This is hard work. We got to go slow to go fast. Many people want to move faster than the work is capable. You cannot move this work faster just because it's a moral imperative. We've got to move at the pace that our community needs us to move. We've got to build safe space for brave action. People have got to feel safe that their story is going to be told and they're not going to be attacked because my story is different from yours. So shame, blame, and victimization have no room in this work. We've also got to come together as a team and prepare collectively. The stakes have never been higher, folks. And the opportunity that we have right now is right now. Right now, we have the best opportunity that I've seen in my over 20 years in this business. We've got an opportunity to change. But if you're not ready individually, wait, get ready. Don't be pressured by what you hear to do things and show, I see a lot of folks doing declarations. A lot of folks did these Black Lives Matter, declarations. And now people are going, what are you going to do? They're like, I don't know. I just wrote a piece of paper and signed it. Like, we thought that was it. It's bigger than that. If you're not ready as a team, wait, get ready. Get yourselves prepared. If your staff, administration, or internal teams are not ready, wait, get ready. Let them do their preparation. Let them do their training. Let them understand. A lot of folks want to jump into having teachers teach history from a different perspective. Many of our educators do not know history from a different perspective. And so that scares them. What do you mean? I got to teach something that I don't even know. Give me time to learn it. If your community's not ready, get them ready. Take the time. Recognize where they are. If you already have a lot going on, slow down. Give yourself time to plan this out. And if this is a fad or a political move that you're looking at, I always say to folks, if this is what you're doing for your next campaign, stop. Because it's going to come back and bite you. And if you're scared, which many of us are, get support and do what's right anyway. Focus on preparation as your action. We can, whenever and wherever we choose, successfully teach all children whose schooling is of interest to us. We already know more than we need to do that. Whether or not we do it must finally depend on how we feel about the fact that we have so far. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Holt. Board members, any questions or comments? Questions or comments for Dr. Holt?
I have a comment.
Please.
I just want to say thank you so much for coming. It was short notice, and you definitely delivered. And I want to commit as a board member, as an African-American board member, to making sure that we have a speaker every year for Black History Month. This conversation was very needed. It was very powerful. And, we conversed over the phone about some of the things that will be in the presentation. And it really helped me because as an African-American woman sitting in the seat that I sit in, which, praise God, because there was a time when I would not have been able to sit in this seat. But to sit in this seat and hear some of the microaggressions that I hear and some of the negativity I hear is difficult. But to understand too that other people have their own perspectives and their own pain and their own, where they're coming from. I'm glad to get that clarity. I think that we definitely need to have more of these conversations so that we can come together, so that we can heal, though. I think people need to be sensitive as coming from a group who has been oppressed, and the ramifications extend throughout the generations. Uh, I it, Sometimes it feels like we're not heard. And for people to say some of the insensitive things that I hear from this table, it's just very difficult. It gets very difficult sometimes. So I appreciate you and the lessons that you taught today. And I definitely hope that we can continue to have these types of conversations.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Tilley. Anything else? Dr. Pugh?
I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. That was amazing, and in such a short, we're able to pack it in, and thank you, Board Member Tilley, for having us to make sure that we move this forward. I have tons of questions, tons of thoughts. I have your information, and I was just pulling up some stuff. My great-grandfather, well, let me say my grandfather built a school on the land that my family still owns. My great-grandfather was born in 1848. So in the census, we can find him in 1880, him and my great-grandmother. So I don't know, where he came from. I'm assuming slavery, since I can't pinpoint that. You brought that up. But, really thinking through, making sure our children know their history, let alone their family's history, let alone their history. But my family was really big on making sure that we knew our history. But my grandfather built a school because the kids in the area didn't have a school, and he built it on land that my great-grandmother was a great-grandfather and grandmother were able to give. My aunt taught at the school. And I'm just thinking about how near that was to our history. It wasn't that long ago, when you talk about the impacts and the legacy of what we're talking about. When I go to the town where my father is from, there's a hanging bridge that you can still go to, and it has a distinct history of people hanging from that bridge, and it's still there. And right behind it is a sportsman's club, and so it has its historical pieces. But so I just really thank you for this information, the way that you gave it to us, but just making sure that, when we think about this, that wasn't that long ago. You talk about how long this country has existed and how long it was built upon race. I mean, that was a long time, longer than our existence. So these are very critical issues. You are right, these are very critical times. And we have to be up for the task to deal with our history, but how our history impacts us today.
Yeah, absolutely. You're very welcome. And understanding that it impacts us all differently. We all experience it differently. And it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Dr. Pugh. Anything more for Dr. Holt? Once, twice, thrice. Dr. Holt, thank you very much. Good to see you again. We appreciate you.
And I just want to
Congratulations on your baby.
Thank you. And I just want to formally, I don't want to get emotional. I want to formally thank you personally, Dr. Rice, for calling me and supporting me through what happened. And I just thank you because you recognized that we experience things differently, to no fault of our own, and that sometimes we just need someone to listen and understand that, hey, you know what? It's okay. We're going to move forward from this. And so you were very instrumental in helping to heal from that trauma. And I thank you for that. And I just want to thank the state board again for just allowing me to share what I learned. A lot of it from my experience here in Michigan is that, yes, things can be challenging, but we can overcome these challenges. We can overcome them individually and collectively. And I know in Michigan we can do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The next item on today's agenda is state and federal legislative update. Mr. Marty Ackley, Director of the Public and Governmental Affairs Office, will lead the state and federal legislative update. I have a strong inkling that this is going to be a short report. State Board of Education Legislative Committee met on January 27th, 2022. So Mr. Ackley, perhaps briefly on legislative activity, then to Chair Lipton on any additional report from the Legislative Committee.
Sure. All I can say is it's been an exceptional afternoon of phenomenal presentations, and then there's me. I'll make it as brief as possible. So the Senate this morning passed House Bill 5523, which is a $1.2 billion budget supplemental to appropriate the federal ARP funds. Included in that is $150 million for pandemic school safety, testing, contract tracing, mitigation, and vaccination distribution. It passed on a vote of 36-2, so overwhelmingly now goes back to the House for concurrence. The House Education Committee met this morning.
Could you note those elements one more time?
Sure. There's several things: pandemic, school safety, contract tracing, testing of students, pandemic testing, tracing, contact tracing, mitigation, vaccine distribution. It's all going to be handled through the ISD. MAISA is going to be working with the local school districts in doing that.
Federal funding.
Yep, federal funding. 150.
36-2 in the Senate.
Yep.
Okay, so that's pretty
overwhelming.
Substantial bipartisan support.
Yep. So go ahead.
No, please.
$50 million to support the efforts of school officials with testing, contract tracing, vaccine distribution, and mitigation efforts. Requires the Department of Health and Human Services to use the balance of the funds to purchase and maintain an inventory of coronavirus testing and contact tracing supplies, including home test kits, to distribute to school entities, including school districts, public school academies, intermediate school districts, and non-public schools. Yep. So the House Education Committee met this morning. They did pass Report 1 bill, House Bill 5686, which is a pupil accounting manual bill, which would require legislative approval for any changes to the pupil accounting manual before those changes take effect. So that was reported out of committee, now goes to the full House. We have some problems with that bill because it would really drag the process of any changes the legislature makes to the school financing, school funding. It is then implemented in the pupil accounting manual, but now it has to go back to the legislature. If this even gets passed and enacted, it would have to go back to the legislature to get approved first. So it would just drag that process down as far as timing is concerned. And then they also took testimony on three bills, 4810 and 4811, which would strike the requirement for the Michigan Merit Exam scores to appear on student transcripts and remove the writing component of the Michigan Merit Exam. And also heard testimony on House Bill 5703, dubbed parental rights, which requires school districts and PSA boards to post certain sections of the state constitution and revised school code in rooms where the boards meet, in office and administrative buildings and principals and chief administrator's office. So they took testimony on that bill today. And as Dr. Rice mentioned, the State Board's Legislative Committee met on January 27th, and I would pass it over to Member Lipton Kogan.
Before you pass it over to Chair Lipton, if we could just, a question or two. It's my understanding that there was a bill introduced today on reciprocity.
Absolutely. Senate Bill 861, the reciprocity bill that you mentioned earlier today, sponsor is Senator McBroom. It was referred to the Committee on Education and Career Readiness.
Senator McBroom representing the
Western UP. Yes, sir.
Okay. And this would provide the regulatory relief, Ms. Snyder, to which I referred earlier in the day. So there's an example of an inroads with the legislature. Thank you.
Yep.
By the way, we worked with Senator McBroom a year ago to reduce certification-related penalties.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Chair Lipton, to you.
Yes, thank you. At our last legislative committee meeting, we heard a presentation on the teacher shortage, sort of an update for committee members on the teacher shortage recommendations that were made by the MDE. And we've heard some more information on that today. And then we had a discussion amongst committee members regarding the issue of public comment and some of the technological problems we've been having in several meetings. And the committee concluded that we would continue to hear remote phone-in public comment in addition to in-person public comment, particularly in light of the fact that we are still in the midst of a pandemic.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Snyder.
So also what happened in the legislative committee meeting was Ellen had an absolute fit of rage when she mentioned that public comment has been hijacked and weaponized by activists, and I was very concerned with the use of those words, to the extent that she shouted me down into submission. I was not capable of speaking or being heard. So I will say that as we consider, Madam President, of the board norms next month, I'll be looking to make sure that that particular issue will be addressed. In the public comment that we heard today related to NSBA, MASB, NEA, all of the things that have been an issue in the education landscape for parents to be able to engage and speak and be heard, being called domestic terrorists, they deserve to be shot or to die, all of those things. I mean, sure, what happened in the legislative committee meeting last week was not nearly as significant as those words, but what you did was extremely abusive. It was unacceptable, and it will not be tolerated. And I can be honest in saying that if Tom treated any of you this way, I would have the exact same perspective. It was not okay.
And what was also
Ellen, I'm still speaking. I want to tell you that as we move forward, even though I FOIA'd the department,
there's going to be a limit to this.
As it is my floor right now to speak, there's no limit to me telling you that what went on at that meeting was not acceptable. Please allow me to finish. Though I FOIA'd the department and that meeting was not recorded, I will now begin to record our meetings. Thank you. I'm finished.
Thank you very much. Chair?
Yes, what Ms. Snyder has failed to disclose is that she put words into my mouth, and I, as the chair, cautioned her repeatedly about mischaracterizing the words of fellow legislative committee chair members. And she proceeded then to hang up the phone and leave the meeting. And so I believe as chair that the actions of Ms. Snyder were extremely inappropriate.
I would like to respond.
So we appreciate that review of the legislative committee meeting, and I think we're done with that review of the legislative committee meeting. If there's anything else that anyone else who was at that legislative meeting cares to share, that's fine. And then we're going to move to comments by State Board of Education members at 5:10 and end the meeting. Okay, very good. Yes, please. You were at the legislative committee meeting.
I was at the meeting, and I really think, Nikki, you went at Ellen just as hard. I mean, she made a statement. You interpreted the way that you interpreted that statement, and she tried to correct what she was saying. And you went at her pretty hard. And not only that, somebody sent me a message saying that you were drumming up this protest based on misinformation, and the misinformation to me, it would have been misinformation because you jumped off the call. You hung up abruptly and before the meeting ended. So I think that we should get the information out accurately. For one thing, we don't need the public being misled as to what went on in a meeting.
If someone else who was at that meeting would care to share, that's fine.
Dr. Rice, everybody has had their opportunity to interpret it, but I will rebut.
That's fine, but I just want to make sure that everybody who was there, who participated, has that opportunity. Mr. Strayhorn or Dr. Pritchett, would you care to share? And if not, that's fine. But I do think that there's some value to making sure that everybody gets their oar in the water.
Well, I think the characterization that Pam just, said, it's pretty much like that. Nikki had a comment, but it was putting words in Ellen's mouth, and Ellen, as the chair, said, "Hey, you're putting words in my mouth," and it was a little back and forth, and then it was a hang-up. I mean, I don't get what the big issue is there.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. And you, I think, had some different reflections about language at the time as well.
About language?
About language in the meeting, and sort of similar concepts, different language. And I think how different, we hear language differently. And so your reflection about something was with a different language than what some others were using. And it was actually, in some sense, more akin to what I was thinking as well. Dr. Pritchett, your thoughts?
It was a heated discussion. There's no question about that. You don't get into discussions like that with yourself. There has to be two individuals. I heard what Ellen said. She was pretty direct when she started out. When you responded, there was, in my opinion, misinterpretation that she was calling parents names where indeed she was using a different frame where she felt our meetings were being hijacked, and that technology was being weaponized. The exchange was heated between the two of you, and then at that point, again, you made the choice to hang up. I had thought maybe you had technology issue and we're coming back on, because we did have, in fact, I'll commend Jason. He came up with what I thought were a couple of good ideas after Jason and I responded with, we thought we should keep going with public comment virtually, but we definitely needed to work on some technology issues, which I'll commend the department right now, as far as, how people signed up. Jason brought in a couple of examples from another board that he had observed, et cetera. So those were my observations, but there's no question it was a heated discussion, which is going to happen with professionals. It's going to happen with all of us. We're on edge. We've got some pretty strong views. We're all very, very strong people. And I'm sorry that it happened for both of your sake at this point. On the other hand, it may happen again. I am fully with Dr. Albrecht in the fact that we need to look at norms, and we need to pull those norms through to any time that we're having discussions, whether it's just two of us, not even in a committee meeting, because we've got to be the role models. And yeah, we're going to have heated discussions. It comes with the territory, especially lately. So that's what I observed. And I appreciate Jason's comments and his suggestions, and maybe we can look at those also as we move forward. But we're going to continue with virtual comments. We did that today, and I thought it went much smoother today.
with appreciation for the work that was done behind the scenes by Marilyn Schneider,
Yes.
by Mike Cornelio, and Jen Cook, and others who worked on that system in the interim. Yeah.
So allow me to rebut, please.
Yes.
I appreciate that you guys hold these perspectives and that they are different than mine. I think it went so fast that it's hard to sometimes stand back and look at it and understand what precisely happened. Again, I'd like to be a little more detailed about what happened so that it's clear what I think the board norms need to focus on. Ellen opened the meeting discussing public comment, did use the words hijack, did use the words weaponize. She spoke at great length, repeated herself multiple times as she often does, and I listened. I listened until she finished. And then when it was my turn to speak, she did not listen. She interrupted, shouted down, but the way we all act as adults in professional conversation on this level, as I just did with you, I listened to Pam until she finished. I listened to Jason until he finished. I listened to you until you finished. I'm certainly angry about the interpretation, but am I going to cut you off and start shouting you down with my disagreement? Is that acceptable? Is that tolerable? No, it is not. So while I may say, did you really just say that public comment is being hijacked and weaponized? And you get upset about my interpretation about your words? Yes, that's your right. You have every right to be upset about that. So then you take your next turn, your rebut, like I'm doing right now. I mean, these are basic forms of communication in a diplomatic, democratic environment, which you often purport is so important. The board norms is the very foundation of that, right? But you gave me maybe less than a minute. You were shouting me down. Shouting, I had no opportunity to speak. Ellen, I even text you on that day at 1:19 into the meeting. That means by the time I got to speak, it was 1:19. The meeting started at 1 o'clock. You had spoken all of that time until I had an opportunity to speak until 1:19. I text you, which interestingly enough, at the beginning of this meeting, when she was talking about the water needing to be filled while you were online and not muted, you said you'd text her, and I thought, well, maybe she doesn't check her text, because here's what I text her in the middle of this meeting after I hung up. When you are prepared to allow me to speak, I would appreciate the opportunity to do so. You could not hear me because you continued to speak over me, and that was kind. I realized in my reflection thereafter, you shouted me down. It was obnoxious. It was absolutely a fit of rage. I felt it necessary to respond and give you a moment through different means, text. I am here and would like to speak when you will allow me to. If you were checking your text during that meeting, we could have figured it out. But you will not shout me down like that. I will not shout you down like that. We cannot put kids first and move forward even in the concepts of our previous speaker, which had many good points, treating each other that way. So again, it may not be recorded, but I'm going to speak it out loud. You guys all obviously disagree on some level. That's fine. But I will never do that to you, and I will never tolerate it again. It's not acceptable. Thank you.
So I appreciate that.
And as I said before, that I will not tolerate you or anybody else putting words into my mouth. I never raised my voice. I merely repeated because I thought that you would actually listen and reflect that you had put words into my mouth that I had not spoken. But since you didn't, you chose to hang up. That is simply your choice.
And Ellen, I'll make it again if you treat me that way. When it's my turn to speak, you need to allow that to happen.
This has nothing to do with us. This conflict did not happen at this table. We're all adults. We're all going to have conflict. We need to talk one-on-one with people, not organize people to combat people. And it's too much. Like, when is it enough? Like, you guys should have an adult conversation together.
Yeah, I agree.
So that's a good point. And that was a suggestion that was made. There was a loss of a family member in the interim. and the grieving.
If mediation is needed, maybe you can set up a meeting between
Understood,
the two of them or something at a
again,
different time, but.
There was a loss of a life, and the grieving intervened as a result. Okay, so that's really what happened.
Yeah.
Board, if there are any other board comments beyond the legislative committee, that's where we are in the agenda. We're not going to perseverate on legislative committee. We've done that justice and beyond. Dr. Pugh.
Before we go off that subject, I do think that it does need to be known that there were parents who wanted to speak. Those parents have made sure that I let everyone here know that they've sent emails because they felt that that was going to be the only way that they could have their voice heard because of what happened last month. I don't recall saying my people. I talked about Michigan Parent Alliance for Safe Schools that we're trying to get through last month and could not. So they made sure that I told you that they are up to 9,760 some. I'm going to round it up to 10,000 for them because I think it'll go there really fast. But they want their voice to be heard. And just like some of the people who were able to get through this time were able to say that they don't get to be heard. Their voice is not heard because they're not the folks who are heard. And so that is a conversation that we do have to have. And I thank the chairperson for bringing this up during the legislative meeting, and that we will continue to have this discussion around how do we make sure that people are able to participate, but we do it in a way that it's not one-sided. It's not one-sided. But I did want to get that out there about the My Past parents and community members that support them who want to make sure that they are able to break through and have their voices heard.
Thank you very much. Other board members?
Are we on comments?
We are on board member comments.
Oh, I didn't know that. Because I had another legislative question, and that's about the 75%. I know you've talked to us about that.
Yeah, go ahead.
You've talked to us about that, but I think we need to at least talk about what is going on around the 75% attendance, because it is a big issue, and it's growing. It's not going away.
It is not going away. You're absolutely right. So school districts operate around 4 broad parameters: days, hours, attendance, and enrollment. All right? And enrollment is a twice-a-year phenomenon. But the other 3 are not. The other 3 are daily. And the daily attendance rate, be back up. We do not see in the legislature an enormous appetite for movement on days and hours. We do see some legislators reflecting upon the need for flexibility for the 75% daily attendance rate. We see that primarily, not exclusively, but primarily in the Senate, less so in the House. The Senate has already passed some measure of flexibility. The House is yet to pass some measure of flexibility. Whether the House does pass some measure of flexibility is a question. There are educational organizations that have expressed in a letter that there should be no daily attendance rate at all for any of the days of the school year this year. I acknowledge that there is need for flexibility. I do not believe that we need to have flexibility without standard. That is to say, with no floor below that 75%. And what we've expressed to the legislature is we do need some flexibility, yes, but we also need a standard as well. We need a standard. We need our kids in person as frequently as they can be, as safely as they can be. there needs to be some flexibility for some of those days associated with the 75% attendance rate. That is different from no standard for any of those days. There should be a floor below which there is a funding impact. But for some days, given the pandemic, there should be some measure of flexibility or grace cut local school districts. What precisely that would look like numerically is a question. But right now, we've got some who are interested in extraordinary flexibility, which I think is too far to this side, and some that are interested in precisely no flexibility whatsoever, which I believe is too rigid. I think we need flexibility with some measure of standard, with a floor beneath it. I hope that doesn't appear coy or opaque, but that's the best I can do in describing something that has a lot of different opinions from a lot of different people. We have 148 legislators. We have a number of different organizations, some of which are education organizations, some of which are non-education organizations. I do think that the majority of the state legislature feels that there should be, that is to say, both sides of the aisle, feels that there should be some measure of additional flexibility. Whether they can get on the same page about what that looks like and timely is a question. But you are right. The clock is ticking on that particular issue. And if I have 60 more seconds, and I may not, because I'm going to go to board comments now. If I have 60 more seconds at the very, very end, I'll mention one other issue for which the clock is ticking. But you're 100% right, and I really do appreciate you mentioning that. It's been a long day, and it was an inadvertent oversight on our part, because we have been talking with legislators on teacher shortage, number one, on days, hours, and attendance, number two, and then on this third issue, which I'm not going to mention until I go to my board comments, number three. Thank you, Dr. Pugh.
I guess
Mr. McMillan,
if we haven't left that, because I want to engage you in a question real quickly.
Okay.
Our committee, you're telling me committees are not recorded even though it goes through Microsoft Teams?
I am telling you what Maryland has told me, that we are not taping. Is that right?
Correct.
There's no audio or video or nothing?
Correct.
Okay, I think we should. I hope that we will
Okay.
in the future, and I don't know if we need to make that a bylaw change or whatever, but I would hope that we have the ability, so we ought to just go ahead and do it.
I don't think it's an issue. It's
Okay.
very simple
Okay.
to
Okay.
hit record.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then
Please.
we're going to move on to the comments.
Well, wait, hold a second.
Oh, I'm
Hold
sorry.
a second. I want to finish up the legislative committee. Has everybody finished up the legislative committee? People are continuing to chew on this apple. If you want to get down to the core, is there anything left on the legislative committee? Here.
I would just say with a 75% issue, the question is there and you all are working on it, which is good. And, you know, there's all of these nuances, but we do have to help the public to understand that these are some of the factors that school districts are having to grapple with. We all want children in schools,
right,
in school buildings, in person, but these are things that they're weighted with as they're making those decisions that the public doesn't always hear about.
The challenge is often that a local school district decides to stay in person for a given day, doesn't decide to pivot to virtual or distance learning, goes in person, doesn't get the 75%. Some people think that means you don't get funding for the day. That's not true.
Right.
You get chipped away funding. So, for example, if you had 74% of your kids there, you get 75/75 of a per pupil foundation allowance, of a daily foundation allowance. Yes. So it gets overstated. It gets a little bit overblown by some who suggest that if they're just a little bit below, they get nothing. If they're just a little bit below, they get chipped away at a little. That's it.
But I think some districts they're not only dealing with what happens if these numbers proliferate in our district, especially, you know, a few months ago. Yeah. Unfortunately, we have to look at the March issue because we had a surge back then, if we look at year-to-year trends. But we also have to look at those districts who were already having issues with teachers, teacher shortage. And so that's plays on this too, not to mention all of the other normal factors. So I mean, each district is going to be different.
Yes, ma'am.
And we just need to make sure that as we judge districts, that there's all types of factors that they have to take into consideration.
True, and just to be clear, because some out listening to this may not understand, this is all based on state statute.
Yes.
This is a state statutory, it's a state law issue, and if the state legislature, which writes state law, wants to amend state law, it can do that. We can't amend state law from the department. So what we're talking about, which is important, we can influence, but we can't direct. And that's critical. We do think that there needs to be a little bit more flexibility this year. We acknowledge that without any argument. How much flexibility is a question. We do not believe that you ought to be able to go down to 1% of your kids in a given school day and get full foundation allowance for that school. We just don't believe that. And if that were the case, we certainly don't think that you ought to be able to do it all the days. I mean, there may be a certain number of days where you could go below the 75% without penalty. We could imagine that. But it would have to be a constrained number, and there would have to be a floor beneath it. So it doesn't go 75 to 0, or perhaps 75 to 60 for a certain number of days. In much the same way that we have for makeup days at the end of the year. Because makeup days at the end of the year, you only need 60% of your attendance in order to get full foundation allowance for the day. That's in statute, has been for a long time. We could live with a certain number of days that were below 75%, but had some floor, perhaps 60% there. So I mean, those are some of the things that have been discussed. Yes. Anything more on legislation? If not, board member comments and then dinner. Okay, Mr. McMillan.
Dr. Padroni sent a letter to you. I don't know if you've received it, but okay, he was not happy with how you conducted the meeting last month.
That's what I understand. Thank you for sharing.
He's not somebody who, he identifies more politically with the Democrats, but he and I have worked closely on many issues. So
I actually saw him on Skip Gates Jr.'s show, and you and he are second cousins.
Okay. Second thing is your superintendent report. You know, I don't know if it was directed at people who it was directed at, but you know, you were saying, not my opinion, this is history and it deserves to be taught. Nobody's saying any of that stuff that you said shouldn't be taught. You know, I think it was condescending to suggest, well, I'm speaking, it was condescending, I think, to suggest that those of us who oppose, you know, little white children being told that they're oppressors, you know, in the CRT and what this last speaker was talking about, a lot of the stuff that she was pushing, you know, because we oppose that, we oppose, you know, the Constitution being taught. I mean, it's ridiculous, and it is what the left is trying to paint people who oppose, you know, this cultural Marxism that's being pushed in our schools. So I wanted to make that clear that I don't know who you're talking to, but the condescending tone shouldn't be directed towards people who oppose this cultural Marxism. And then finally, I was glad to hear that you support banning books in certain, you know, that there's inappropriate things that might be at an elementary school. There might be inappropriate things in a middle school library. There might be inappropriate things in a high school library. And that's very subjective. I know in Troy, there's a very pornographic book that with sketches and, you know, all kinds of things that parents are very upset about. I would hope that it would be clear that it's a subjective idea, you know, that it may be appropriate or may not. And I think many people because you wouldn't be able to read that book here, nor at a school board meeting. They did read it, but it was not allowed to be on the broadcast that was subsequent. So, there are certainly things that are inappropriate, and I'm glad that you acknowledge that. Some call that banning because they want to make it look like conservatives are trying to ban certain pornographic material, and they want to get rid of it. They think it's not age appropriate when it's things like that. And it's certainly not talking about mouse. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about other things that are much more serious. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you very much. Other state board members, public comment, or rather, board member comment. Going once, Ms. Snyder.
Yeah, I took some notes during your address too. I thought much of it was good, many good things. But I would say, thank you for your passionate speech on Black History Month. But I want to be very clear that my vote last month reflects something I'll repeat again today at this table. Agreeing with the importance of teaching history is not related to the rejection of critical race theory, which is pushing the ideology that supremacy, privilege, shame, guilt, and fragility is unique to one race. And it's not. That is racist and will never cease in its derogatory nature. It should not be allowed in our schools. And I think those two things are very, very different. I will just continue to repeat that. I don't think that will be the wrong side of history. It's a really big issue that we continue to confuse, and the confusion creates conflict, and the conflict creates an imbalance of power and control. I forget who came just before here.
Dr. Holt.
She had many really good things to say. Her stay engaged, be willing to be uncomfortable, speak your truth, expect and be expected. Lots of good things to say. But then there were some things that were just so off, and I need to share it. The iceberg was a really good visual of what it looks like when you can't see people's life experiences, if you will. So when our board presented the transgender guidelines in 2016, what I saw and heard when I traveled the state with people that had issues with sharing bathrooms, as she mocked the concept of, why are we even talking about this, right? Why is this even an issue? We should be talking about this, this, and this, which most of us agree we should be talking about the basics of education. But the very thing that she was saying about the iceberg was the very thing that you heard when you traveled the state and listened to people, right? You couldn't see that many people have those life experiences that make sharing bathrooms with the opposite sex, it feels unsafe to them. That's how they would define it, right? So when we talk about not telling other people what to think or how to define safety, not telling other people what their identity is, in that very notion, there's also a complete lack of recognition that, hey, that there's something beyond that you didn't see, you wouldn't talk about. So when we sit down and talk at this table, there's going to be issues, and it doesn't make people any one of those things in the category of racist and homophobic or transphobic because you don't agree with certain policies. And again, they have an iceberg too, and they come with that iceberg. And I remember sharing my iceberg, and it was like I was immediately attacked as, well, I've been through that before, and I don't feel that way. Well, that's fine. You don't have to. So again, when you come to the table and there are issues that are competing, and there are topics that have to be worked through, the very notion of many of those things she was talking about, I've seen played out in the opposite direction. So negotiation is important, not steamrolling, and that's all.
Thank you
I'll
very
end
much
with today.
Ms. Tilley.
Does anybody else have anything to say? Because I want to be last.
Okay,
Jason, go ahead, Jason.
I'm sorry.
Okay. I just wanted.
Appreciate Mr. Strayhorn and Ms. Tilley for the benediction.
Okay. I just wanted to highlight a couple of presentations today. First of all, Kyle, thank you for bringing the first piece of the budget forward, and an opportunity to talk to you a little bit on break here. So I look forward to getting more information as that becomes everybody's document over here at the White House. I appreciate the history lessons today. I'm a history teacher, and so Dr. Rice, thank you for your presentation. And Leah, I appreciate both of the Teachers of the Year, but obviously the approach to history and the way we frame it for students, because you're right, with Google now, it's real easy to figure out, okay, when did that happen? And then it becomes just this one stagnant piece versus everything that went into that particular event. So I appreciate that. So that's all I have. Thank you.
I'll be brief. Okay, so great day of presentations today, starting off with Kyle, his presentations, and the Teachers of the Year. They did a phenomenal job, I think, Leah and Jimmy. You guys did good. It was very informational, informal. The doctors, Dr. Rice and Dr. that left here, that was, I think, in the spirit of Black History Month, something that needed to be said. It was very thoughtful, very organized. And, you know, one thing that, you know, the takeaway, I think, from Dr. Shelley? Shelley Jones Holt, was that, you know, it is, everyone has these pains and issues and things that are, this is what we're talking about. This is why there's so much passion and, you know, it's like powder kegs. Every time you try to say one thing, it's a lot of, I guess, emotion, because everybody has their thing, you know, everybody has something, and she did a great job, I think, of talking about that, but we can't ignore the history of the United States of America. Can't do that. You can't rob. I have 3 children in schools, right? You can't not teach them that. That's taking something away from those people as they get to be adults. Because, you know, Pam, you mentioned you go back to 1848. I can't go nowhere near that far. Nowhere near in my family history. I don't know many people who can. That's strong, you know, where others do. And that's something that people don't really get when they talk about our plight. They don't understand that. And there's a lot of things that I've learned from others. You know, as my man said, that came up here from the Irish guy, said, you know, it's rough. Everybody has a story. Everybody does. And until everybody understands what it's like to be in someone else's shoes, we're going nowhere. You know, for me, you know, your description of the legislative committee thing was a lot more, because you come from a more civilized place. I come from that locker room. The locker room, that's like, oh, it's nothing. You know, that's like saying hello, good morning. You know, but I don't know. You know, but I guess we do need to, you know, the board norms have to do a little bit better with that and be organized and not lash out and use, you know, tones like that. So, I mean, I get that too. But overall, I think this was a phenomenal day, and you know, thank you all for keeping it together here.
Thank you.
All right.
Ms. Tilly.
So, for Black History Month, I want to recite a poem that I wrote in my adolescence. I think I was a teenager many moons ago. And I shared it with my grandfather. And he, I believe I was in my early 20s when I shared it with him, but my grandfather was older. He was born in 1919. So he would be over 100 if he was still alive. And he said to me that this poem needs to be shared with the world. Now, of course, the world was very different back then. And I thought, yeah, how's that going to happen, Granddad? But now I'm a state board member. And now we have social media and YouTube and everything. So it can be shared. But so anyway, bear with me, because it's been a long time since I said this poem to anybody. Little black girl. They called me little black girl, said that I could never fit into their world, said I wasn't smart, I wasn't pretty, I wasn't fast, said that I could try to procreate, but my culture wouldn't last, said that I was a slave and that I would never be nothing more. They fed me what was left over from the pigs. I asked for better. They asked me what the hell for. They said that I was lazy and that I would never do nothing for myself. Yet they made me cook their food tend their fields, clean their homes, and barely gave me any rest. Then there came a time when they decided to set me free, said that I was now a little colored girl, but still didn't deserve equality. They said I could ride their buses. We paid an equal price, but I would have to sit in the back, and I'd better not think twice. I could eat at a public restaurant, use a public restroom, a public water fountain, a public library. I just couldn't use theirs. My flesh was filth, my blood was poison, my heart did not bleed, my spirit did not derive from God. I guess that's what they believed. They no longer kidnapped us and enslaved us. They found a new approach. With torches and white sheets, they hung us and shamed us. We nearly gave up hope. But as I put my hands together, I thank my Father God, for I am an African American queen, and I'm so ever proud. In my story, friend, I forgot to tell you about the time they called me nigger. Now, I could think of a million comebacks, but I'd like to think I'm bigger. In this body of mine, you'll find intelligence along with a red blood-beating heart. In World War II, they used the underwater torpedoes I invented. I guess I proved I'm smart. In fact, I became quite the educator. You see, I got my degree, and sometimes in my class, I actually teach their children about Black history. They said I was lazy. They said I was slow. Now, there are world records set by Wilma Rudolph and Sister Flojo. And so all of you who thought that we would just mysteriously go away, it was never up to you. We are here by God's grace. Thank you.
That was a fitting benediction. Thank you very much.
I do want to say one thing. That was beautiful and amazing. I just thought about the last comment period, one of the other pieces that I wanted to bring up. And there's a term that people use that is quite derogatory, and it's horrible to be used in a setting like this. And it was "Let's Go Brandon," that was used by one of the folks who gave public comment. And I heard chuckles. I don't know if it was related to that, but I just suggest that everybody go look that up, and that should not be anything that's shared in this space.
Thank you very much. Future meeting dates are Tuesday, March 8th, Tuesday, April 12th, Tuesday, May 10th, all at 9:30. If there are any topics board members would like included in future meeting agendas, please notify Marilyn or me. It is 5:51, board. Have a good evening.